Thank all right turns.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission July 30th, 2024 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the June 25th, 2024 regular meeting and July 16th, 2024 workshop. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item number 2 is public comment. I do not believe we have any this evening, so we'll move on to item number 3. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Carruthers Crossing Phase 2 property located off Carruthers Road, requested by SEC Inc., PDR Plan Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
I think staff recommends to maybe move this to the end of the agenda,
Yes, sir. We'll
or not do it at all, depending on how y'all decide at the end.
Yes, sir. We'll
Thank
move
you.
on to item number 4. Site plan, Smyrna Ready Mix, new 2-story building totaling approximately 980 square feet on approximately 8.87 acres, requested by Wine Engineers. Property located at 371 Waldron Road, tax map 17G, Group A, Parcel 2. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by SRM LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request from Smyrna Ready Mix for site plan approval. And you can see on the screen there, the property. There's quite a bit of gravel there today. They're going to be cleaning a lot of that up with this site plan and adding some concrete in areas. Zooming out, you can see there the location of the property is right here in the center of the screen. And the zoning map, again, where I'm pointing, zoning is I-2, heavy industrial, which is suitable for this use. These are the site photos, and you currently see there where the concrete ends and the gravel beyond. They will be building a new building with this site plan, a 2-story batch house. The square footage of that's approximately 980 square feet for that building, so that will be part of this site plan. There's one more photo, shows the current site. Other than that, the site is an architectural overlay, and the batch house that they're proposing is 100% brick, and there is a brick that was submitted by the applicant
Thank
2
you.
weeks ago. So you can see that from Mr. Blair. Other than that, all the planning comments have been met, and I believe all engineering has, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lyde.
Their engineers submitted a complete set of calculations. They are adding a concrete treatment system prior to fixing their detention basin, and with that, and also their new equipment is going to be much more environmentally protective than their existing equipment, so the staff is happy.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? With none, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. On to item number 5. Site plan, City of LaVergne, new fire training facility on approximately 1 acre, requested by the City of LaVergne. Property located on Mason Road and Bain Drive, tax map 17, parcel 11.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan.
So this property on the screen is slated to become a temporary training facility for LaVergne Fire. It is located at the corner of Mason and Bain Drive. The proposed layout shows 2 new structures that will be built on the site that will accommodate training facilities for LaVergne Fire. You can see the zoning here. Where I'm pointing in red is the actual property. And here's a site photo. It's a vacant tract today, just mainly gravel on the site. And there's another photo looking straight ahead at the Cosmos granite facility. And you can see that white cars at the stop sign at the corner. So these are the plans that were submitted by the engineer of record. And you can see the site here. It's approximately an acre site, and these structures will be built from Conex containers. So they'll be stacked and assembled and so forth. The tallest height on the plan is 28 feet, which is no problem. The zoning allows a 50-foot height for buildings. All containers are shown at a 30-foot minimum setback from all property lines. The only outlier may be the storage facility that's over here on the south side. Other than that, the area will be fenced. You probably remember from 2 weeks ago with black vinyl coated chain link fence for security and other reasons. There's no planning comments left. I don't believe there's any engineering. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Okay, obviously, I'm the designer of record, so no comments per se, but we did get the comment last time from the Planning Commission. We had a 28-foot entrance, requested 30. We widened it to 32.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I've got one.
Sir?
So, do we have anybody from the fire department here?
Oh, is there a representative here? If you'd be so kind, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Didn't know if it was general or...
Matt Fry, 283 Old Nashville Highway.
So, how are y'all going to connect the Connex boxes? See, there's a couple different options, but
There's a thing called twist locks. So they'll be twist locked together. And then there's also they'll be strapped onto a footer in various places around the connexes.
okay. I saw the different options: welding, clamps, locks. So I was like, we'll see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We will entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Logan, going back to item number 3.
We can. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and turn this one over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
They did not come particularly close to getting through all the punch list items. I sent them an email yesterday saying they should probably request deferral. We didn't get that request, but they didn't show up. So
Very good.
assuming they're requesting deferral.
Well, with us being on board and in meetings, so motion for defer.
I'm going to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And our final item will be bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
Hi, Board. You should have your bond list in front of you. I have reached out to the 3 that will be expiring next month and in September, and everything else should be fine. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your time. Meeting adjourned.
LaVergne Public Library. We are so excited. We are gonna have so much fun with them. It's the Groove Club, and let's give them a loud, dream big read, as loud as we can on the count of three. They'll know we're ready for them. Let's count 1, 2, 3. Dream big read. Oh, come on, let's do it louder than that. Oh, come on. You all gotta wake up. They look like they're ready to dance and have some fun. Let's get going. 1, 2, 3. Dream big read. Yay!
That was so great, guys. Well, hi. How are you today? You good? Well, I'm Kyla, and this is Kelsey. Hi. And we're the Groove Club. Are you guys ready to dance with us? Can you guys help me by standing up?
So everybody stand up. We're going to jump on this first song. Can you guys jump?
Can you jump with us? Good job.
Good job. All right, now I want everybody to put their hands in the air and wave from side to side. Yeah. Make sure you got enough room to move around. It is a bit crowded in here today. Make sure you got enough room next to your neighbor. Try that again. Reach up and stretch your arms out. We're going to get good and warmed up on this first song because we're going to do lots of moving and dancing today. All right.
It's time to come together.
We're going to come together.
Let's read a book. It's now or never. Everyone around the world.
And now let's try to jump again.
Jump again.
Yahoo! All right, can you put your hands up here? Jump as high as you can. Good job. All right, and now we're going to do the wave side to side again. Good job. Spread those fingers nice and wide. And reach up, stretch out side to side. All right. And now we're going to clap on this next part. Can you clap with me again? All right. And read with you. And now we're going to stretch up again and shake those hands out to the side. Reach up and stretch out. Good job. One more time. Shake those hands out. Reach up. Shake those hands. All right.
It's time to come together. Let's read a book. It's now or never. Everyone around the world, come on. Can you guys jump again?
Well, you guys jump as high as you can. Try to touch the ceiling.
Oh man, you're some fine jumpers.
Good job. And now I want you to jump as low as you can. Can you jump low? And now back to the middle. Just do a regular jump. Good job.
Can everybody hop on one foot? Hop on one foot? That's a hard one. Good job.
Now hop on the other foot. Oh, good job. You guys are really good. I think they're getting good and warmed up.
I think so too.
All right.
All right, guys. Well, like I said, we're the Groove Club, and you guys know our names, but we don't know yours. On the count of three, can everybody yell out their name to me? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, there's so many names. I don't know if I can remember all those.
I don't think I can, but it's really nice to meet you guys. We're so glad you're here today. Like we said earlier, we are going to do lots of moving and grooving and singing and dancing as we celebrate, like your librarian said, dreaming big and reading this summer. Those are very important things to be doing. So we're going to sing songs and do a couple other things to celebrate that.
All right, you guys ready? Can we sway one more time?
Let's try the sway. Do those hands again. special bear friend
I
at home?
do. Or another special stuffed animal. Yeah? I bet a bunch of our parents had special teddy bears when they were little too, huh?
I did.
Yeah.
His name was Teddy.
I did. I still do. His name was Gray Gray. Yeah. Okay, well, do you guys ever sing your teddy bears to sleep? Yeah?
Yeah, some of you.
Well, I need you guys to help me sing our teddy bears to sleep right now. Can you guys help me do that? Okay, get your imaginary teddy bears. Get them? Can you get them? Oh.
Pick them up.
Hug them real tight. Put them in your arms. You guys are going to help me sing them to sleep, okay? You ready? Here we go.
All right. You guys can stand up on this next one, too. We're going to do lots of moving today. All right, everybody stand up on this one. And I'll help you follow along. Ready?
Everybody clap.
We're going to clap. 1, 2, 3. Good job.
Everybody sing.
And now sing la 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 la.
Bow to
And now
your
take a
partner.
bow. A little curtsy.
And you turn around.
You turn in a circle.
And
Good job. And do that again.
rocked by your bear. There's
Now we're
now
gonna
a
rock our bears to sleep.
There's now a
Good job. Oh, some of you know this. That's
Can you
great.
get your thumbs out? Do this little dance with me.
Can you shake your thumbs?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Good job. All right, we're gonna do it again. See if you can pick it up.
Everybody clap.
1, 2, 3. All right.
Everybody sing.
Ready? La 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 la.
Bow to your partner.
Take a bow. Beautiful.
Then you turn around.
Wave those hands in the air.
Rocked by
Rock by
your
your
bear.
bear.
There's now asleep. There's now
Rock by your bear.
There's now asleep. There's now asleep.
All right, now find a safe spot to tuck your bear in. We're gonna tuck him in.
Give my kiss good night.
We're gonna get those bears out later, so remember where you put them.
Great job. You know, I have a special teddy bear, but I also have another special stuffed animal, and he's green, and he really likes to hop. Does anybody know what he might be? A frog! That's exactly what he is, and his name is Froggy, and he loves to go hopping. So this song is all about my frog. Are you guys gonna help me? I need you to stand back up and help me. All right, let's do lots of frog hopping. You ready? Can everybody
Hop like a
start
frog?
hopping?
All right. We're gonna start with our hands on our hips on this next song. And just see if you can bounce. Can you bounce with me?
Froggy wanna hop in on a summer day.
Good job.
Froggy went hopping on a summer day.
All right.
Froggy went hopping on a summer day. He met Miss Mousy on his way.
And now do your hands side to side like that. Good job.
He said, Miss Mousy, will you marry me?
All right.
He said, Miss Mousy, will you marry me? Together we'll start a family.
And now we're gonna march. Can you march in place? Good job.
The first to the wedding was Mr. Pig.
All right.
The first to the wedding was Mr. Pig. He played his banjo and he danced a jig. What does Pig say?
Can you guys oink like a pig? Let me hear your best oink. Good job. Can you snort like a pig?
Great job, Peter. What do you think they had for supper?
What do you think they had for supper? What
do
would
you
a
think
frog
they
like
had
to
for
eat?
supper?
Do frogs eat bugs and mosquitoes?
Supper. Fried mosquitoes and bread and butter.
Ew.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Good job. Can we hop one more time? You guys ready?
All right.
Froggy went hopping on a summer day. Froggy went
you guys
hopping
are
on a
such
summer
good
day.
hoppers.
Froggy went hopping on a summer day. He met Miss Mousy on his way. Great job, guys. You're such good hoppers. Thanks for helping
Of the
me
hand. All right. Well, for this next song, I thought we'd invite our friend Katie Berry to the stage, but I haven't seen her yet. Have any of you guys seen a big white bear walking around the library today? Have you seen her, Kyla?
I haven't seen her. Have you? Have you seen her?
I haven't seen her. Why don't you go look for her? Because she loves to
go find
dance. She was going to join us today. I know she would love to dance with you guys.
All right, I'll be right back, you guys. I'm going to go find her and bring her back.
Okay. Now, stay standing. I can tell you guys have been trained to sit down, but today's your opportunity to move around in a library. Not something you normally get to do here. But this next song is one of my favorites. See if you recognize this one. Anybody know this song? You recognize this? The Hokey Pokey? Anybody know that song? All right, couple people. If you don't know it, you can follow along. I want you to get out your Hokey Pokey hands. Can everybody do this with their hands? Get out your pointer fingers. All right, we're gonna start with, I think we start with our left leg. You put it in, then you take it out, and you put it in, you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. Anybody know this? And then you clap your hands, because that's what it's all about. You guys ready to do the Hokey Pokey with me? You think you can do it? All right, start with that left foot. Ready? Here we go. Put your left foot in, put your left foot out, put your left foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. And that's what it's all about. Good job. And now we're going to do the Hokey Pokey. Can you dance with me? Good job. And you can sing along too if you want. Hokey Pokey, and now clap. That's what it's all about. Now your right hand, put your right hand in, put your right hand out, put your right hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. It's all about. Good job. Hokey Pokey. Can you Hokey Pokey with me? Let's see your Hokey Pokey. You can lift your legs up. All right, that's what it's all about. Now your left hand, put your left hand in, put your left hand out, put your left hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. And it's all about. All right. Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey. That's what it's all about. Now your head, put your head in, put your head out, put your head in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Good job. Now we're gonna do the Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, and clap. That's what it's all about. Now your whole body, put your whole body in, put your whole body out, put your whole body in, and you shake it all about. Good job, guys. Now we're gonna do the Hokey Pokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. All right, last time. Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey, Hokey Pokey. Ready? That's what it's all about. Woo-hoo! Give yourself a round of applause for the Hokey Pokey. All right. Well, I wonder if Kyla found Katie. Anybody seen our bear friend yet? There she is. Come on out, Katie. Can everybody give Katie a big hand? Say, hi, Katie. All right, Katie's going to help us on these next few songs because she loves to dance, and we have some more dances for you guys today. Can I show you a couple new dances with Katie? All right. Thanks for coming on up here. This first dance is called the ham and cheese. I want everybody to get their hands out like this. Spread your fingers nice and wide, and then flip your hands to the side and bring them together like that. And then flip your hands the other way and bring them together like that. All right, and then you go back and forth, and 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 back and forth, till you can't do it anymore. That's the ham and cheese. You guys got that one? All right, now I'm going to teach you a second crazy dance. This is called the chicken wing. I want you to get your hands out again, then make a fist. Put your fists on your shoulders and swing your elbows back and forth like you got little chicken wings. Oh, you guys look great. All right, we're going to do those next two dances a lot on this next song. I want you to follow Katie because she's going to do the dance moves, all right? You think you can do that? Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to start with the ham and cheese, so get those hands out. Let's see those ham and cheese sandwiches. Oh, you guys are great. And now let's try that chicken wing. Make sure you got that one. Remember the chicken wing? Oh, there you go. You guys make great little chickens. All right, here we go. Come home in the morning like my mother says, when you gonna live your life right. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Especially with a glass of milk. It's very good. All right. Some kids take a beautiful book and hide it away from the rest of the world. I wanna be the one to read in the sun, but kids, they wanna have fun. Oh, kids just wanna have. Now will you jump on this next part again? And put your hand in the air like you're bouncing a ball. Can you do that move? Oh, good job. All right, kids, they wanna have fun. Oh, kids just wanna have fun. Let's try that ham and cheese one more time. Show me your best ham and cheese. All right, now the chicken wing. We didn't do that one last time. Let's do the chicken wing. Good job. All right, well, now that I have taught you guys two of the craziest dances I know, I was wondering if you would show me the craziest, silliest, wackiest dance you can think of. You ready? Think of your craziest dance move you've ever seen, and on the count of 3, I want you to show me your dance moves, and I'm gonna try to learn it, okay? You ready? 1, 2, 3. Show me your dances. Oh, those are good. Whoa, look at that one. Can everybody try to do this? Good. All right, what other crazy dances do we have out there? Keep dancing. Let me see if we got any other crazy moves. Oh, I like this one. Guy over here. Woo. Look at those legs out. Wow, you guys are really good dancers. Oh, we've got a jumper here. She's doing like a jumping jack. You guys hear that? Wow, good job. Woo. Oh. Anybody else have any crazy moves? You girls are jumping. Oh, give yourselves a hand for all that dancing. You guys are great dancers. All right, well, we're going to keep dancing. This is a dance party after all. You guys ready to do some more dancing? Maybe? You guys recognize this song? Chicken dance, that's right. All right. If anybody doesn't know the chicken dance, it goes like this. You get your hands out. You do this. Then you do your wings. Then you waddle. And then you clap. And then you turn in a circle. Pretend you're flying like a chicken. And then you turn in a circle the other way. And that is the chicken dance. You guys got it down? Maybe a few of you? All right, see if you can follow along. Ready? We're going to get our hands out. Follow Katie. She's going to help us. Ready? Here we go. Hands, wings, waddle, clap. There you go. You guys got it. Wings, waddle, clap. Good job. Hands, wings, waddle, clap, clap. Hands, wings, waddle. Good job. All right, and now fly in a circle. You can turn twice if you have time. And then we're going to turn the other way in a circle. Good job. All right, make sure you got room. Ready? Here we go. Hands, wings, waddle, clap, clap. There you go. Waddle, clap, clap. Good job. You guys are so good at this. Waddle, clap, 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 clap. Hands, wings, waddle, and clap. Good job. Now turn in a circle. Pretend you're flying. Maybe you can see your house down on the ground. And then turn in the other way. All right, last time. Here we go. Get those hands out. Hands. Wait a minute. The music slowed down. Did you guys slow down my music? No, are you sure? This is too slow. I can't dance to this. You want to see if we can get it to go faster? Let's see if we can do that. On the count of 3, I want you to say poof, and we'll see if we can get the music to speed up. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Poof. There we go. That worked. That's more like it. Wait a minute. This is too fast. Did you guys speed it up too much? That was tough at the end there. Okay. Well, we're going to have a seat for this next song. You can sit down. We'll give you a break from all that dancing. Katie, do you have to leave? Oh, Katie has to go. I had so much fun dancing with her, though. Let's give Katie a big hand if you enjoyed dancing with Katie. I'll see you next time, Katie. Thanks for coming. Say bye. Oh, I love dancing with Katie Berry. She's so much fun. She likes to come out and join us at the library. Wow. Remember how your librarian said today we have or for this summer actually, we have a theme about dreaming big and reading? We have a song that ties into that. See if you know this next song. This is a really famous song by a British singer. Does anybody recognize this song by any chance? You do? What's the song? Adele, that's right, it's by Adele. Who here loves Adele? I love Adele's music. We got a couple Adele fans in here. All right, great. Well, Adele had a dream when she was probably about your age that when she got bigger, she was going to be a singer. And she dreamed really big, just like the theme for this summer says, you got to let yourself dream big, right? So she dreamed really, really big. She didn't let anything get in her way. And when she grew up, she became a singer. And now she gets to sing all over the world for lots and lots of children like you guys. How about that? And all this talk of dreaming reminded me, I had a dream when I was sleeping last night. You know you can have dreams when you sleep, kind of weird dreams. I had this weird dream last night that I had a coloring book, but it didn't have any pictures in it for me to color. Check this out, you guys. This is the coloring book I dreamt of. It looks colorful on the outside, but on the inside, it just had blank pages. Isn't that weird? So, I was wondering if you guys could help me out today. You look like you're a good group, and you could probably fix my coloring book. I want you guys to reach into your ear and pull out a black magic marker. Can you do that? Whoop! Pull it out. And I'm going to hold my coloring book out in the air, and I want you to go like this and draw some pictures in my coloring book. Ready? Keep drawing. Draw your pictures into my coloring book. It could be a picture of a hat or some flowers or a clown, whatever you can think of. All right, and now we're going to say a magic word to make those pictures stick. What's a good magic word? Oh, what was it? Abracadabra. I heard that one the loudest. Okay, we're going to do abracadabra. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra. All right, let's see if we got some pictures in here now. We do. Look at that. Oh, that's great. Now we've got some pictures to color in. Okay, well, now that we have some pictures, let's add some color to them since it is a coloring book after all. I want you to think of your favorite color. What are some of your favorite colors? Purple, pink, blue, green. All right, I want you to throw your color, do this, and throw your color into my coloring book. Throw that color onto those pictures. All right, and now we got to come up with another magic word. What's another good magic word? Hocus pocus? Okay, we'll do hocus pocus on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Think it worked? Yeah? Let's see. It worked! We've got pretty colors on our pictures now. Oh, look at that. You guys are really good at coloring. Okay, well now I want you to see if you can take your color back. Do you remember what color you put in there? I want you to think of that same color and take it back. Now, can you go like this? Take your color back. Take it back off the coloring book. All right, we got to do another magic word. Make sure it worked. What's a good magic word? You want to do abracadabra again? Okay, that's a good one. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra! And let's see if we just have the drawings now. We do! You guys took your color back. That's great. Now I can color in these pictures when I go home today. You guys did such a great job with these drawings, though. Give yourselves a hand. Oh, you were great at that. All right. Well, again, our theme for this summer is dreaming. So remember to always dream big. And maybe you can come up with a coloring book like that yourself when you get home today. All right. There's Kyla. Hey, Kyla. How's it going?
Did you guys see Katie Berry? I couldn't find her.
You were the bear. You missed her.
I missed her.
Yeah.
You were the bear.
No, she went looking for her. Did you see her? She came
I
out
went
here.
down the street. I went to McDonald's. She wasn't there. She wasn't in the library anywhere, but she was here.
She was here. She had a dance party with us, didn't she?
Missed her. Man. Well, did you guys have fun with her?
Oh, good.
You had a good
I
time.
saw you coming out of that door, and you came back in.
I went that way to look for her. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm glad you guys had fun with her. Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to get dancing again. So everybody stand up on this next song. We're going to do some more dancing.
All right. Okay, this next song is all about dancing, so I need you guys to really help me out on this one, okay? Are you ready? Can you twist with me?
Let's try to twist. Can you twist your hips and your arms to the side?
Good
Maybe
job.
twist to the other side.
Get your arms in.
Oh, you guys are good.
Good job, guys.
Keep twisting.
Everybody help us dance. Can you guys help us?
All right, and now can you do a little sway side to side? Can you do that? Can you sway with me? Good job.
The clock strikes upon the hour, and the sun begins to fade.
Pretend you got a watch on and you're looking at your watch.
Figure out how to chase
Those blues away.
away.
Good job.
I've been alright up till now. It's the light today that shows me how. But when the night falls, my loneliness calls.
All right, now try that twist. Can you do that twist we practiced?
Somebody,
Good job.
I wanna dream with somebody.
Let's try that move. Let's make sure we got that one down. When she goes dream, I want you to reach up and stretch out to the side.
With
Ready?
somebody who
Dream
dreams
big. Oh, good job. And now twist. Can you twist again? And then do the dreaming big. All right. And then twist. And put your arms up for dreaming. Good job. All right, we're going to go back to that sway. Can you sway side to side with me?
Lost my senses.
There we go. Just a gentle sway.
Sooner or later, the fever ends, and I wind up feeling down. I need the strength to
Show us your
take
muscles.
a chance.
Oh, good job. We got some strong kids in here today.
Enough to last. But when the night falls, my lonely heart
We got a
calls.
phone. And now twist. Show us that twist. Oh, we got good twisters. And now we're going to do the dream jump.
With somebody.
Good job. And do the twist. Can you twist? Oh, good job.
Somebody who dreams big. Yeah,
Do a little more twist.
with somebody. I wanna dream with somebody.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody.
Show us that twist. What's that twist you guys learned?
Somebody who dreams big.
Oh, good
You
job.
guys are such good dancers.
They are.
Now we're gonna do something, and I need 2 helpers. So can you raise your hand?
I'm going to pick out a boy and a girl from the audience. Let me see here.
Okay, well, we need plenty of room, so here, why don't you come in down here? And can you guys move back just a little bit? Okay?
We are going to have a hula hoop contest between boys and girls, and we're going to see who is the better hula hooper. Do you think it's going to be the boy or the girl? Girl, boy? Oh, we'll have to see. All right. I want our volunteers to put their hula hoops over their hips. You guys ready to do some twisting with the hula hoop? All right, ready? On the count of 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's hula hoop. Oh, you guys are good.
Keep going.
Keep going. Let's give them a hand and get them encouraged. Woo! Oh, we have really good hula hoopers today. I don't know. This could be a close one. This might be a tie. Oh, good job. All right. If you think the boy's doing a better job, give him a really big hand. And now if you think the girl's doing a better job, give her a big hand. Oh, pretty close. I don't know. We might have had a little more support more for the girl. Let's do it one more time. If you thought the boy was doing a better job, give him a big hand. All right, and now if you thought the girl did a better job, give her a hand. Oh, I think the girl won by just a small margin, but you guys were both so good. Let's give both our volunteers a big hand again. Thank you so much. You guys were great. All right.
All right, so I know we're in the library today, so how many of you guys love to read? I love to read. What are some of your favorite books? Can you yell them out?
Favorite book titles? Just shout them out. What's your favorite book?
Those are some good books, you guys. Okay, well, this next song, we're going to talk about lots of really good books. So I want you to listen to Kelsey when she sings. And if you hear any books you know, can you yell and scream, okay? Get really excited if you hear any books you know. All right, you ready? Can you help us? Stand up and help us. we're getting there, guys. We need your help. Oh, are you tired? We'll get there.
A couple more songs to go. We're trying to wear you guys out today. Okay. All right, pretend you got your favorite book in your hand and open it up to the first page.
This book is your book. This book is my book. You can check it out and have a look. Go on an adventure.
Okay, pretend you got a sword. You're going on an adventure. Good job.
This book.
All right, see if you know any of these books. Here we go. Where the red fern grows, there's a wrinkle in time. Roll of thunder, hear my cry.
Oh, I know that.
This book was made for you and me. Tom Sawyer on the little engine that could pass in the little house in the big woods where the wild things are. Lives Mother Goose. This book was made for you and me. Do you recognize any of those books? Maybe some of them. Do you recognize some? Where the Wild Things Are? Yeah, I love that book. That's a good book. Pull out your sword and go on an adventure at the library. Yeah. All right, we got some more book titles for you. See if you recognize any of these. Ready? Well, the very hungry caterpillar and the cat in the hat know where the sidewalk ends is Alice's Wonderland. Frog and Toad know how to eat fried worms. This book was made for you and me. The Hobbit dances with Mary Poppins under the giving tree. There's a magic locket. Peter Pan singing chooky chooky boom boom. This book was made for you and me. Did you guys catch any of those books? What did you hear? Chicka chicka boom boom? Yeah, how about you? Alice in Wonderland? Yeah. What did you hear? The Very Hungry Caterpillar? Do you know that book? Yeah, Cat in the Hat?
Yeah, good job.
All right. Let's see if you can sing this last line with us. Ready? Want to try and get your book out? This book was made for you and me. Try to sing that with us. Ready? This book was made for you and me. Good job. Oh, you guys are great. All right, give yourselves a hand. Give your library a hand for all the summer reading it's going to help you do this summer. All right, well, this is our last dance song, so get ready. I want you to get out your imaginary drums and imaginary guitars. Can you do that? Let me see you play some imaginary drums and guitars there. Oh, good job. Just rock out on this one. You show us all the books you've got. We keep on dancing and the room gets hot. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Go crazy! You say you wanna go for a spin. The party's just begun, well then you win. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Go crazy! And now play those drums. You keep on shouting, you keep on shouting. And now get ready with that air guitar. You ready? Here we go. I wanna rock and roll all night and read every day. I wanna rock and roll. Good job. You guys have some good air guitars. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. Yeah, and read every day. I wanna rock and around saying you'll be here for a while. You're looking fancy and I like your style. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Oh, crazy, I'm gonna turn this way. You show us all the books you got. Well, baby, that's quite a lot. You all go wild, we'll drive you crazy. Go crazy. You keep on shouting, you keep on shouting. All right, we got some air guitar coming up here again. I bet we've got some really good air guitarists in here. Who thinks they'd be really good at the air guitar? Kyla, will you go grab a couple friends from the audience? We're gonna get you guys some air guitars. Cool sunglasses too. Everybody on the crowd, you can keep playing your air guitar. All right, we're gonna hook our friends up with some cool sunglasses. Oh, don't they look cool? Nice. All right, everybody keep playing your air guitar. There we go. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. Yeah. And read every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. And read every day. Oh, give yourselves a round of applause. And our volunteers up here, you guys look really cool on those guitars. We have some of these guitars for sale after the show, too, if you guys want one to take home and rock out to. Those are really fun to play. All right, well, have a seat for this last song. We're going to slow it down. I know you guys got tuckered out with all that dancing and singing and moving around. I did, too. I am ready for a nap. So we're going to slow it down on this last song and get ready to get on the sleepy train. I want you guys to get your hands out like this and rest your head on your hands. And we're gonna get ready to take a little nap. Just gonna rock side to side. And now do a big stretch and maybe yawn. Oh, those were good stretches. And now rest your head on your hands again. You guys look tired. I can tell we wore you out. That's good. We did our job. It's time for all right. Now, do you remember where you put your bears earlier at the start of the show? Get your teddy bear out. And we're going to hold them really tight. And we're going to get ready to take a nap with our teddy bears. It's time to rock them to sleep again. All right. Then put your bear back down. Maybe put a little blanket over them. Tuck them in. I'm gonna rest again. Good job. We're going on to sleep. Oh gosh. Get on the sleepy train. All right. Well, you know how our theme for this summer reading is dreaming big. And you know, you can dream when you're asleep. Does anybody here have any dreams they want to share with us? Maybe any dreams you've had while you're sleeping? What was your dream? Shout it out. Oh, your dream is to be a teacher? Oh, that's great. That's a great dream. Very good. How about you? What was it? What was your dream? Ooh, that sounds good. How about anybody else? Anybody have any dreams where they were flying? Anybody ever had that dream when you're asleep? Yeah, a couple people. That's always a fun dream. Well, usually it's fun. Sometimes it's scary. Anybody have a dream they were like a superhero that was flying through town? You did? Oh, cool. How about anybody else? Anybody have any dreams? What was your dream? To be an astronaut? Oh, awesome. Good luck with that dream. That would be so cool to go into outer space. All right, well, we're going to get on the sleepy train again. Rest your head on your hands. And do a big stretch. Stretch out. You guys were so great today with all that dancing and moving around. Oh, I'm just going to kind of relax on this last And then get your teddy bear out again. If you remember where you put your teddy bear. or a different stuffed animal, whichever one's your favorite. We're gonna hold them really tight. Oh, good job. And say night night, teddy bear. Say good night to them. And then tuck them back in. All right. Well, once again, my name's Kelsey. This is Kyla. We are with the Groove Club. We want to thank you for having us today. You were such a good audience. We also want to thank the library in LaVergne here for hosting this event today. Give yourselves in the library a big hand. You guys were great. We are going to be around at the end of the show. We'd love to meet you guys if you've got time. We like to take pictures with our special friends and give them high fives, so you're welcome to do that. If you have a Facebook page too, you can add us as your friend on Facebook. Our name on there is Groove Club Kids on Facebook. And a couple of the songs that we sang today are on our new CD if you want to buy one of those after the show too. We've got CDs for sale and some of those cool air guitars you saw earlier. All right? So once again, give yourselves a big hand for coming out today. You guys were really great. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a really good summer. Read lots of books and dream big. Bye-bye. Thank you.
they were one of the most successful species on the planet.
With intelligence and adaptability that put them on top of the food chain.
Some of their descendants even became man's best friends.
But we need to share the same space, and if we can't make that happen,
our ecosystem might never be the same.
It's time to see wolves in a whole new light on this edition of Saving the Species. Hello and welcome to Saving the Species. I'm Bill Street. In today's program, we're going to challenge you to question many of the things you think you know about wolves. Why the challenge? Well, with so few wolves left in the wild, and with so many humans impacting wolf territory, it's no exaggeration to say that improving our knowledge of these amazing animals is critical to their survival. In fact, not understanding wolves can lead to all kinds of unintended outcomes.
Hi, Megan Glasson here in Williamsburg, Virginia, and I need you to stick with me. We're about to cover a lot of territory. Imagine you're driving down a forest road and you see what appears to be a puppy along the side of the road. Kind of looks like a little German Shepherd. Aww. It appears as though the puppy's been abandoned and you're not some kind of cold-hearted monster, are you? So meaning to do the right thing, you stop, catch the pup, and then take him to the vet. Only once you get to the vet, they tell you, that's not a puppy, it's not, it's a wolf pup. I'm sure the vets just made a simple mistake and everything. Oh wait, they had it DNA tested. It's a wolf pup. True story, by the way. Happened here, just outside of Ketchum, Idaho. Now, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This was not an ideal situation. The folks who picked up the pup meant well, but let's see what happens next.
The conservation group, the Defenders of Wildlife, agreed to step in and lend a hand. First, they wanted to determine that the pup was an actual gray wolf. Next, they worked with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game to try to locate the pup's pack with the intent of a return to the wild. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
So at this point, all the preferred options are off the table. The best outcome now is to simply make the most of bad circumstances.
They moved the wolf from Ketchum to Boise in order to take advantage of Zoo Boise's experience in handling wolves. Next, the vet team determined that he was thin and anemic, probably because he was eating the wrong diet. Zoo Boise did a fantastic job in getting him on a proper wolf diet and restoring his health.
Still, the pup needed a permanent home, and that brings us back to where we started, Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia. By sheer coincidence, the park's wolf habitat was in the process of acquiring new pups.
Well, bringing in a wild wolf pup was certainly not part of our original plan. But since we already had 2 pups on the way, everything was in place and ready to go. We hope that by bringing him in with the other 2 pups, he might come to regard them as pack mates, and that kind of bonding will help ease his transition and allow for much less stress.
How did it all work out? Well, we'll have the rest of the story later, but I can give you one small hint. You see that wolf over there? His name is Boise.
The story of the adopted wolf pup, now known as Boise, is not your typical wolf tale. In fact, wolves generally stay as far away as they can from humans, leaving their behavior and whereabouts as something of a mystery. Over the years, storytellers have filled that void of knowledge with all kinds of fantastic legends. But now, our own Chuckaroo is here to debunk some of the myths and introduce you to the amazing truth about wolves.
Okay, kids, let's gather around the fire while I read to you some stories from the completely unfair and grossly over-exaggerated book of unlikable wolves. Okay, let's see. Ooh, the story of the 3 little pigs. I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down. Forget about all that. Houses made of straw are never gonna sell in the current housing market. Oh, here's another one of my favorite. Little Red Riding Hood. Don't go in there, Little Red.
That grandmother of yours needs a shave.
Ooh, and check this out. Here's another reason to hate on wolves. The werewolf. I guess this is when regular wolves just aren't big and bad enough. Look, the point is, wolves have gotten a bad rap over the years, and we need to set the record straight.
Only a few hundred years ago, wolves were one of the most successful species on the planet. Almost every continent had its own subspecies. In North America alone, wolves numbered in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. However, as humans grew in number, wolves declined. Perceived as a threat to be hunted and eradicated, many wolf populations shrank to near extinction.
Today, we know that wolves are a vital part of a healthy ecosystem. So our improved understanding of what makes a wolf is equally vital.
To get a better handle on wolves, let's start with something we all know and understand. Believe it or not, all dogs are descendants of wolves.
Yes, even this one.
So let's start with what we know. Just like dogs, wolves are smart.
Though when it comes to surviving in the wild, wolves have kept a certain set of skills that domestic dogs have lost over time. Sorry, Spike, you were born to be mild.
Over the years, dogs have been selectively bred for certain tasks that humans were interested in having them do, such as hunting or guarding, so they don't have to use the same thinking power as a wolf out in the wild, because they don't have to perform the same types of tasks as a wild wolf.
Then there are the physical differences. Now, this guy is very different from his wolf cousins in a variety of ways. But what about bigger dogs like German Shepherds or Huskies?
Well, they are similar, but there are some major attributes that set them apart. Wolves generally have stronger jaws, longer legs, and more strength and stamina all the way around.
Now think of what we expect from our domestic dogs. Maybe a little game of catch, maybe some frisbee. Oh, I got it! Ugh. But there's a big difference between landing this and landing an elk. If I'm a wolf, I need to keep my edge. I need the extra power. I need endurance. Why?
Well, it's simple. The things I like to eat are always on the move. And none of them seem to want to join me for dinner.
This is where the wolf's intelligence and physical attributes come into play. Smell is the wolf's most powerful sense, with a nose that can detect prey from far distances. And did you notice those triangular ears? They allow wolves to hear frequencies far beyond what we humans experience. Once on the move, the wolf's intellect and hunting skills kick in, all supported by a powerful torso and legs, allowing speedy pursuit of prey over long distances.
Now, to put things into perspective, we have to start here at the ground level. Herbivores feast on grass and other plants.
Those herbivores might fall prey to carnivores other than wolves. Wolves sit at the top of the food web, an apex predator with 42 teeth and a jaw capable of cutting through muscle and bone using 1,500 pounds of pressure.
This nutcracker only uses a small fraction of that.
Okay, just to recap, apex predator and this guy.
But the difference between wolves and dogs doesn't stop with survival in the wild. It's also about social survival. Domestic dogs need to live peacefully with humans.
To make this work, dogs have to be submissive. In a sense, it's like they've adapted a permanent state of puppyhood. Isn't that right? Whoa, see what I mean?
And the alpha has a lot of different jobs in the pack: to hunt prey, to choose den sites, and to protect the pack's territory. So in order to do this, they have to be aggressive. That's exactly the opposite of what we see in our domestic dogs.
But there are some behavioral similarities. Both dogs and wolves are hypersocial.
Dogs will bond with other dogs and their human owners for companionship, and this forms a kind of a pack, with the humans as the alpha members. But wolves tend to stick to very close-knit family units. That's usually made up of a breeding male and female that serve as the alpha pair, some younger siblings, and the average pack size ranges from about 5 to 7 wolves.
And since dogs need humans and wolves don't, we know that wolves just aren't suitable as pets. They're too wild and independent to adjust to being pets. Isn't that right?
However, in the wild, the fact that they don't need humans actually works in everyone's favor. Wolves go to great lengths to avoid people.
Which means all those big bad wolf stories really are fairy tales. In fact, there are very few documented cases of wolves attacking humans.
Instead, they have plenty of success with their natural prey and are just amazing animals all the way around.
Now, speaking of amazing, check this out. Spike, roll over. Roll over. We worked in rehearsal. Spike.
As Chuck just demonstrated, wolves have rarely ever been a direct threat to humans. However, in the past few hundred years, the perceived threat of wolves led to the mass extermination of wolves in certain areas. The good news? Once threatened gray wolves are slowly making a comeback in some areas of the United States. The bad news? Other wolf subspecies, such as the Mexican gray in the Southwest, are still dangerously close to extinction. Now, thanks to funding from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, the coordinated effort of several wildlife agencies, plus the help of conservation groups such as the Endangered Wolf Center and Defenders of Wildlife, efforts are underway which could restore ecological balance in an area where these wolves used to rule.
The sun won't be up for another 2 hours, but timing is critical, and the day's success depends on an early start.
The goals of today's capture are to safely capture 2 wolves, a male and a female. The female is pregnant.
Now to explain what's at stake. The wolves we're talking about are extremely rare Mexican grays. The plan is to transfer them both from their current location of the Sevieta National Wildlife Refuge in New Mexico, then transport them more than 220 miles to their new home, Arizona's Apache National Forest.
Mexican gray wolves are critically endangered, and so releases like this are vital to maintaining the health of the population in the wild. Not only getting the numbers up, but also keeping the genetics healthy by introducing new genetics back out.
After entering the Sevieta Refuge, the team prepares for the task at hand. It's important that everyone knows their part. Otherwise, there's a very real risk of injury to wolf or human.
This is not a zoo. These animals are not used to people coming and going. So the mere fact of a large group coming in is going to cause all the animals to start running, and it's very stressful for them.
The plan is to enter the wolf enclosure and form a human wall, guiding the female and male into separate den boxes.
Okay, the next time she turns around, we'll go ahead and take like 10 more steps forward.
The process is never easy, but this time it all goes as planned.
Okay, great.
Now, with the female wolf safely captured, the team confirms the pregnancy seems to be on course.
She has already probably plucked her own belly hair ahead of whelping, and that's to help the puppies find the nipples and be able to nurse. It's a sign that she will be whelping. It's a good sign. It's biology, and her biology telling her to get ready.
The pregnancy is critical. The theory goes, once those new wolf pups arrive, they won't be as mobile as the adult wolves. The male and female will stay anchored to the territory, increasing the chances for a successful, permanent relocation.
It is one of the harder things to do is to insert wolf in crate, without a doubt, one of the harder things.
With both wolves loaded, it's now time for a 5-hour drive through the open range of New Mexico and Arizona. And then finally, arrival at their new home, the Blue Range Wolf Recovery Area.
It's a very happy day, and they're one step closer to being in the wild.
It's cause for celebration, but the work is far from over.
We put these wolves in here to replace wolves that unfortunately were illegally shot here in the area. So we want to make sure that we're keeping our wolf population healthy and making sure that we have opportunities for this population to grow and to be managed in a responsible way.
To be sure, not everyone supports wolf reintroduction. Historically, wolves have been treated as a threat and dealt with in the harshest way possible.
I think, to me, what's at stake is righting a wrong. We, the federal government, other local, state governments, spent a lot of time trying to get rid of predators. There was a very successful anti-predator campaign in the late 1800s that caused, the demise of the wolf.
And even today, with only 75 known Mexican wolves living in the wild, some view them as nothing more than an unwelcome threat to livestock. Groups opposed to wolf reintroduction maintain it's not possible to have wolves around without resulting harm to livestock or to humans.
We have to learn to coexist with them, to live in harmony with them. And there's quite a few things that can be done in terms of education and pro-wolf activities that will help the rancher work and live in harmony with them. But it's really a cultural change.
Scientists have been working for several years now on developing pro-wolf ranching methods to help work with ranchers on how to exist in harmony with not only wolves but other predators.
Wolves are a keystone species. They keep our ecosystem healthy. We learned that at Yellowstone. For over 100 years they didn't exist there, and we saw so much happening with overpopulation of elk and other species coming in and taking that particular niche. When they were reintroduced back into the wild, the population started equalizing. We're seeing that here in New Mexico and Arizona.
As for these recent transfers, things look good. Both wolves are calm and seem to be adjusting to their new location.
Now we give them some time. We let them get used to the area by being in the pen for several weeks. She'll have pups, hopefully in the next 7 to 10 days.
The plan is to eventually open up the gates and let the wolves step out into the wild at their own pace.
We'll continue feeding them until we document their ability to kill elk and slowly reduce, their need for us and increase their survival on their own.
As you just saw, the reintroduction of the Mexican gray into the wild is an uphill battle. In the case of another recent relocation, an unknown gunman shot and killed the female wolf. Which brings us back to the subject of knowledge. The more we know about these animals, the more likely we are to value their place in the wild. Perhaps we can positively alter human behavior if we gain a greater appreciation for wolf behavior.
As top predators, wolves know all about staying out of sight. However, Jeff Dolphin has a hunting trick of his own.
There's a yearling wolf from the bluestem pack. You can barely hear him. He's one we might try and get a look at today.
There are only 75 Mexican wolves known in the wild. At any given moment, wildlife specialists like Dolphin can tell you the location of most of them.
Okay, this is 1290. This is her brother. You see this big mountain right here? This is Mount Baldy on the horizon. And he's been just to the east of it, directly where I'm pointing.
Many of the wolves are fitted with transmitting radio collars. Each has its own signal and corresponding number. Using a method called radio telemetry, Dolphin can use the signals to keep track of individual wolves and entire wolf packs.
This is 1107, the one we heard on the way up. He's the closest out of all of these ones that we're hearing.
While radio telemetry can reveal locations, it can't tell much about wolf behavior. At least, not without some additional detective work.
We came up here, we had a cluster of points from this female's GPS collar in this area. It showed she was here for about 2 days.
It could be that the female is looking for a spot to make a den, a birthplace for future pups.
Also, I mean, there could be a kill somewhere here in the area, so we're checking these points one by one to see if there's anything that was keeping her here.
To the untrained eye, this hike reveals nothing. But for the trained nose,
it's very musky smelling like elk.
Dolphin follows the scent and finds evidence of wolf activity.
This is where the point's at, right here in this area. And there's fur here, elk hair, lots of elk hair. They were eating on something, and this is where it was.
All evidence pointing to an elk kill, with not just one, but several wolves working together on the hunt.
Now look at that tree. You see the broken branches on it? That means this animal, this was its last moments right here. They had it crowded in these trees, and that's when they were able to take it down.
Wolf packs can vary in size and number. Gray wolves, for instance, tend to have larger packs than Mexican wolves. However, the basic structure is the same. There's the alpha male and female, plus the pups and juvenile wolves.
Usually the pups from the previous year stick around and help raise one litter and then disperse the following year.
One of my favorite things about wolves is their social structure. That was one of the things that surprised me, is how close they resemble our family. They have their ups and downs and their drama, and you'll see mom and dad discipline the younger ones, and they play, and it's amazing to watch the interactions between the pack members and how loyal they are and how smart and how much they work together to make sure that the whole pack survives and is strong.
Wolves nurture and care for each other. However, that's not to say all is peaceful in the pack.
When those wolves become, you know, 1.5 years, 2 years old, those juveniles will start to disperse and try and look for other males or females to pair with and start packs of their own in different territories.
And whether it's a new or established pack, the struggle for the top job never ends.
It's kind of natural selection and nature's way of ensuring that strong, healthy, dominant wolves are always there to pass their genes along. So there's always a fight, you know, and a reestablishment of dominance.
Wolves have intense social structures, structures that couldn't exist without a means of clear communication.
I like to howl right when it's getting dark. That's when I'll go as close as I can to them and I'll howl at them like this.
At this time of day, there's no reply. But closer to dark, and with wolves closer by, Dolphin has prompted return howls, which he's recorded.
I almost feel like I'm talking to him, but I don't know what I'm saying. But howling is a very complex thing, and each howl is different. Like my voice is different from your voice. One wolf howl is different from another.
But even if he can't speak wolf, Dolphin and his colleagues can detect enough differences to gather some basic data.
Sometimes what we do is we'll do a howling survey, but we'll go to the rendezvous sites and howl, and then the wolves will howl back. But we can try and count how many pups are there sometimes from those howls.
Because many wolf populations were eradicated more than 100 years ago, much of the knowledge we once may have had of wolves died with our ancestors. Now, it's a matter of regaining that knowledge, even as wolves reclaim their place in the wild.
When you follow an animal like this through the woods and see where it goes, where it hunts, and how it utilizes the landscape and its environment that it lives in, you definitely learn to see things like the way they're seeing them on the landscape.
Many of us could go our entire lifetimes without ever getting to see wolves in the wild. Fortunately, zoological settings give us opportunities to make discoveries of our own. In that spirit, it's time now to return to the story of Boise, the wolf pup mistaken for a dog, and now living in a place where people encounter wolves on a daily basis.
Wolf Valley at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. It's home to several adult wolves, plus some younger juveniles. One goes by the curious name of Boise.
Well, it came to us from Zoo Boise, so the name Boise just kind of stuck.
Just like out in nature, Boise's learning to find his own place and order among the other wolves.
At first, it was just a matter of acclimating, getting used to the new environment, but in the last few months, he's really started to settle in and find his own groove.
Not only is Boise finding his place within the pack, he's also forming his own routine, even venturing out now during education presentations.
We really view the wolves as ambassadors of their species. When people experience the wolves here, they start to get a sense of their family structure, how smart and loyal they can be, how adaptable they are.
And it's not just a matter of seeing the wolves. With this species, sometimes you have to use your ears.
There's really nothing like hearing a wolf howl for the first time. It's like it puts you back 1,000 years. There's no better way to feel close and appreciate this species better than that.
Whether it's seeing a wolf in a zoo and sharing your knowledge, or supporting the efforts of groups working to ensure the survival of wolves in the wild, there are lots of things that you can do to get involved in wolf conservation. Julie Scardina takes us back to wolf country for a look at how far we still have to go.
Cooperative and highly adaptable, it should come as no surprise that at one time, wolves were a dominant species with extraordinary spread around the globe. The only animal more cooperative and adaptable than the wolf is us. But that hasn't worked out too well for the wolf over the past few hundred years.
During human settlement in the late 1800s, there were a lot of places that adopted anti-predator campaigns, and since wolves were a prime predator in the area, they became a prime target. And in a lot of places across the country, they were almost entirely exterminated.
Fortunately, wolves aren't quite the target that they used to be in some places. With the protection of the Endangered Species Act and the hard work of conservation organizations, wolves did make a comeback. Gray wolves now number about 1,500 in the West and 4,000 in the Great Lakes area, and there's potential room for more. Even with all the areas settled by humans, several states still have enough space for suitable wolf habitats. But for that to happen, it'll take a change of heart. Make no mistake, wolves prefer wild prey. But wild prey can be scarce. And there are areas where livestock comes in close proximity to wolves, and livestock deaths can occur. So you might be able to understand why farmers and ranchers may view wolves as nothing more than a threat to their livestock and livelihood.
We spend a lot of time with like proactive management efforts that try to reduce the potential for wolf and livestock conflicts before they happen.
Some conservation groups work with ranchers to explore ways of coexisting with wolves, teaching ranchers how to keep their livestock from becoming prey.
A lot of the environmental groups put money onto the ground to help us prevent wolves and livestock from coming in conflict with one another. We have some partnerships with our sister agencies like the Forest Service, and they look at different cattle rotations when wolves are denning so that we can try to move cows away from denning wolves.
Beyond teaching farmers and ranchers how to avoid conflicts with wolves, there's a much larger need for broader education and a cultural change at large. It could be argued that the only wolf we need to eliminate is the mythical big bad wolf that we've created in our own imaginations.
For me, conservation is so important, and education goes hand in hand with that. You can't save a species unless you are learning about them and unless you are teaching children and adults alike about why it's so important.
Why it's so important is that the wolf is what's called an apex predator. Without the wolf doing its job, certain species, such as elk, start to overpopulate and spread disease. An overabundance of elk can lead to damage of entire tree species. Now smaller animals that depend on those trees are in trouble, and suddenly the delicate balance of a forest is thrown out of whack, all for lack of an animal that serves a vital role. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can restore wolf populations, and we can preserve our ecosystems. It just requires that we all make a decision.
There's plenty of habitat left for wolves. It just depends on whether or not we want wolves there.
That choice is something we all have to think about. To find some good resources and get pointed in the right direction, visit shamutv.com and become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. With these resources, you can learn even more about ways to protect wolves in the wild. Until next time, I'm Bill Street saying thanks to our friends at the Endangered Wolf Center and Defenders of Wildlife for their help. And thanks to you for watching and for your part in saving a species.
I'm Kenan Thompson, but I play Fat Albert in the live-action film based on Bill Cosby's hit show. On this episode of NASA Connects, you'll learn about the science concepts of work and energy. You will also see how we can use algebra to help explain both concepts. NASA engineers and scientists will introduce you to exciting and innovative space propulsion technologies of the future. And in your classroom, you'll apply your math and science skills by conducting a really cool hands-on activity. So stay tuned as host Jennifer Pulley takes you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect, Rocket to the Stars.
Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. Imagine it's the year 2040. You and a team of international scientists are part of the exploration crew that will begin construction of the first human base on Mars. You are laying the groundwork for the next generation of explorers to explore Mars and beyond. It's not an easy task, but you are up to the challenge. All your years of schooling, training, and hard work have finally paid off. Does it sound like a fantasy to you? Actually, it's not. NASA is ready to make the next step to exploring the solar system and beyond, and they need your help. NASA is looking for bright, young engineers, scientists, and researchers who will make the new vision for space exploration a reality. For you, it starts right now, in the classroom. Now, during the course of this program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Students working in groups, take a few minutes to answer the following questions. 1. What comes to mind when you think of work? 2. How are work and energy related? 3. What are some forms of energy? Briefly describe them and give examples of each. It is now time to pause the program and answer the questions. So guys, how did you do with the questions? Great job. Okay, let's get started. So, what is work? Well, most people would say they are working when they do anything that requires a physical or a mental effort. Now, in scientific terms, work is the use of force to move an object a certain distance. More specifically, to do work on an object, some part of the force you exert must be in the same direction as the object's motion. Let's look at the following two examples. On the left side, Norbert is lifting a stack of textbooks from the floor. And on the right side, he is carrying the stack of textbooks. Note the direction of the applied force and motion for each example. In which example is Norbert actually doing work? If you said the left side, you are correct. Why isn't Norbert doing work in the example on the right? Well, because no part of the applied force is in the same direction as the object's motion. When the force is in the same direction as the motion, we can determine the amount of work being done on an object by multiplying force times distance. What are the units for work? You know that force is measured in newtons, and distance can be measured in meters. The product of a force measured in newtons and the distance measured in meters is a measurement called a Newton meter, or the joule. The joule is the standard unit used to measure work. 1 joule of work is done when a force of 1 Newton moves an object 1 meter. Do you have any idea how much a joule of work is? I know. Let's take an apple, which weighs about 1 Newton. Now, if you lift the apple from the floor to your waist, which is about 1 meter, you do 1 joule of work on the apple. But what happens if I want to lift 100 apples? For me, that would take a lot of force, and I don't think I have enough energy to do that. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Now, I easily have enough energy to lift this apple from the floor to my waist, and I know I'm doing work on the apple as I lift it. So there must be a relationship between work and energy, right? When I lifted the apple from the floor, I caused a change. In this case, the change is in the position of the apple. An object that has energy has the ability to cause change, or the ability to do work. When I worked on the apple, some of my energy was transferred to the apple. You can think of work then as the transfer of energy. As I lifted the apple from the floor to my waist, the apple gained energy. You know, guys, energy has many forms, and we'll get to your list in just a few minutes. But first, let's focus on 2 forms of energy: potential energy and kinetic energy. Let's take a look at each. If I hold the apple still in my hand, does the apple have energy? Careful, not all forms of energy involve movement. Well, this apple has stored energy. We call it potential energy. Holding the apple like this gives the apple the potential to fall to the ground. Now, if I release the apple falls. The potential energy changes into kinetic energy. It is pretty obvious when an object has kinetic energy. As long as the object is moving, it's said to have kinetic energy. What's more difficult to determine is how much potential energy an object has. Let's go back to our example with the apple. The potential energy of this apple really depends on height. How high or low my hand is from the ground. We call this type of potential energy gravitational potential energy. Gravitational potential energy depends on mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Near the Earth's surface, gravitational potential energy, or GPE, is equal to the product of mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Remember that G is the acceleration caused by Earth's gravity, which at sea level equals 9.8 meters per second squared. Let me show you an example. Suppose a satellite has a mass of 293 kilograms, and we lift it to the top of Mount Everest. What is the gravitational potential energy of the satellite? Well, what do we know? We know mass is equal to 293 kilograms. Gravitational acceleration is equal to 9.8 meters per second squared. And we know the height of Mount Everest, which is approximately 8,850 meters. Let's write the equation for gravitational potential energy. GPE equals mgh. Substituting in our values for mass, acceleration due to gravity, and height, we get GPE equals the product of 293 kilograms, 9.8 meters per second squared, and 8,850 meters. The answer turns out to be approximately 25 million. Don't forget, I need to assign a unit to that number. Units are very important when explaining scientific concepts. Do you have any idea what the unit for energy is? Let's figure it out. The original equation for GPE is mgh. Mass times gravity is equal to weight, and weight is measured in newtons. Remember, weight is a force. Therefore, the unit for gravitational potential energy is the Newton meter. Do you remember from earlier in the program what a Newton meter is equivalent to? Well, if you said 1 joule, you're on the ball. 1 Newton meter is equivalent to 1 joule. Wait a minute. Work is also measured in joules. I think we just showed mathematically how energy and work are related to each other. Now let's go back to kinetic energy. How much kinetic energy do you think an object, say, like a rocket, depends on? The kinetic energy of an object depends on both its mass and its velocity. The mathematical relationship between kinetic energy, mass, and velocity is KE equals 1/2 mv squared. Notice that the velocity is squared in the equation. Remember, guys, the number 2 is called an exponent. The exponent tells you how many times a number or base is used as a factor. For example, 2 squared is equal to 2 times 2, which equals 4. 3 squared is equal to 3 times 3, which equals 9, and so on. The term v squared equals v times v. So, are you ready to try a problem involving kinetic energy? Here's one for you. Norbert's Mars rover, with a mass of 210 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at a speed of 6 meters per second. Zot's rover, with a mass of 170 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at 8 meters per second. Predict which rover has more kinetic energy. Then verify your prediction mathematically. You may now pause the program. So did you make the correct prediction? Let's double check your work. Solving for the kinetic energy of Norbert's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 210 kilograms times 6 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Norbert's rover is equal to 3,780 joules. Solving for the kinetic energy of Zot's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 170 kilograms times 8 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Zot's rover is equal to 5,440 joules. So, comparing the two values, we see that the kinetic energy for Zot's rover is greater than the kinetic energy for Norbert's rover. We now know that an object may possess both kinetic energy and potential energy at the same time. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Any object that rises and falls experiences a change in its kinetic and potential energy. Let's look at this energy transformation as I toss the apple into the air. When the apple moves, it possesses kinetic energy. As it rises, it slows down. Its kinetic energy decreases. Because the height increases, its potential energy increases. At the highest point, the apple actually stops moving. At this point, it no longer has kinetic energy, but it has maximum potential energy. As the apple falls, the kinetic energy increases and the potential energy decreases. No matter how energy is transformed or transferred, all of the energy is still present somewhere in one form or another. This statement is known as the law of conservation of energy. As long as you account for all the different forms of energy involved in any process, you will find that the total amount of energy never changes. In other words, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. So, do you think you have a pretty good idea of what work and energy, specifically potential and kinetic energy, are all about? Well, good, because now it's time to preview this program's hands-on activities. The NASA Explorer School students from Martinsville Middle School in Martinsville, Virginia, will preview this program's hands-on activity.
Hi, NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, students will do an inquiry investigation on the relationship between the height from which a marble on a ramp is released and the distance a milk carton at the end of the ramp is moved along the floor after the ball collides with the carton.
You can download a copy of the Educator's Guide from NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Before you start the activity, your teacher will ask you to answer and discuss several critical thinking questions based on the experimental setup. Set up the ramp by using tape to mark one end 0.7 meters high and place an empty milk carton at the other end of the ramp so that it will catch the marble after it rolls down the ramp. You will roll a marble from 5 different measured heights. Line up a meter stick on the floor along the distance that the milk carton will travel after being hit by the marble. Starting at the first height marked on the ramp, release the marble down the ramp. On the data collection chart under Trial 1, record the linear distance that the milk carton travels after the marble hit it. You will conduct 4 more trials. Record the distance the milk carton travels. Calculate and record the average distance the milk carton traveled. Continue the experiment by increasing the height from which you drop the marble by 0.1 meter each time. Students will analyze their data by calculating the potential energy that the marble has at each height and the kinetic energy that the marble has at the end of each roll. Now is your chance to put your algebra skills to the test. Keep in mind that for this activity, you will need to ignore energy lost because of friction. Based on the data you collect, you will graphically show the relationship between the height from which the marble is dropped and the distance the carton is moved. From the graph, select another designated height and predict how far the milk carton will move if the marble is released. Go ahead and test your prediction. Were you correct?
Don't forget to check out the web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Now that you have a basic understanding of energy, let's hear about some innovative propulsion technologies that NASA is developing for future space exploration. And don't forget, you are the future explorers.
Thanks, Jennifer. Space is big. Distances to Mars and beyond are so large that when using today's spacecraft technology, we can only send relatively small spacecraft. In other words, distance affects the mass that we can send. NASA is working on a new way of powering space vehicles that will enable us to send more complex spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, and beyond, and may even shorten the travel time. The new program is called Prometheus. It will provide a giant leap in our ability to explore our solar system. The program focuses on using nuclear power in long-distance spacecraft. The nuclear power system will create electricity that will be used for 2 things. One job will be to propel the spacecraft. The other will be to provide power for the instruments on board. This capability will let NASA send spacecraft to places that we currently want to reach. It would also allow us to do more scientific work when the spacecraft reaches its destination and could even help speed up travel through the solar system. Many space missions have used nuclear power. The farthest known man-made object is the nuclear-powered spacecraft called Voyager 1. This probe has been used for over 26 years. It is now over 8 billion miles away. That's more than twice the distance from the Sun to Pluto. Remember, earlier in the program, Jennifer asked you to list some forms of energy? On my list, I have mechanical energy, thermal energy, chemical energy, electromagnetic energy, and nuclear energy. Project Prometheus will be using nuclear energy to help power the spacecraft. Nuclear energy is the energy stored in the nucleus of an atom. In a nuclear reaction, a tiny portion of an atom's mass is turned into energy. Scientists are studying 2 different ways of using the energy stored within the nucleus of an atom. The first approach is to take an atom that is naturally very unstable which means that the atom wants to change into a different, more stable atom. During this change, the atom releases tiny particles causing the material to heat up. This process is known as radioactive decay. The released particles are called radiation. The heat that is released can be harnessed and converted to electrical energy. This energy can then be used to power the spacecraft systems. It is called radioisotope decay. The second approach is to break apart the nucleus of the atom to release even more energy than radioactive decay. This process is called nuclear fission. It is used in nuclear power plants all around the world to produce electricity. Nuclear fission systems can generate large amounts of power. Think of this comparison. A radioisotope power system could create enough power to light a few light bulbs. A nuclear fission power system could create enough energy to power a laundromat. This increased amount of energy means that a nuclear fission energy system could do more than just power a spacecraft's scientific instruments. It could also be used to run the engines that propel the rocket. NASA hopes to use this technology soon. In fact, it's already working on the first probe to use this technology. This probe is the Prometheus 1 mission. This mission will use a nuclear fission system. This system would provide energy for both spacecraft electrical power and propulsion. Prometheus 1 would orbit 3 of the larger moons of Jupiter, Callisto, Ganymede, and Europa. Europa is one of our solar system's most fascinating celestial bodies. Europa's surface is completely covered in ice, but scientists believe that the solar system's largest oceans could be hidden under that ice. If oceans are indeed present, there is a possibility that life could be found there. The Prometheus 1 mission will be finding answers to the mysteries of these moons. One day, the same power and propulsion systems used on Prometheus 1 could be used to send probes to other far-off places. These systems will even be used to support human missions to explore the solar system and beyond. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Anita. Sounds pretty cool. You know, NASA is working on another propulsion technology. It's called Vasimir. Dr. Franklin Chang Diaz can tell us more about that technology.
Thank you. My name is Franklin Chang Diaz, and I'm an astronaut and director of the Advanced Space Propulsion Laboratory. I would like to share with you another possible advanced space propulsion technology that we've been working on for many years. It is called the Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, or Vasimir for short. This new engine would allow for much faster space travel than what we can do today. Vasimir is a plasma-based propulsion system. Do you remember the 4 states of matter? They are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. You can go from one state to the other by adding or subtracting heat from the material. Take water, for example. Its solid state is ice. Add heat and you get liquid. Add more heat and you get gas or vapor. If you add even more heat to the gas, the atoms in it get torn or broken. Remember, each atom is sort of like an egg. It has a central nucleus, the yolk, with positive particles in it called protons, and a blanket, the white, of negative charged particles called electrons in it. When the atom gets torn, these charges are free to roam around every which way. Scrambled eggs. Such a mixture of charged particles is called plasma. Plasmas are very hot, with temperatures of hundreds of thousands to millions of degrees. The sun and the stars are made of plasma. Plasmas are very good conductors of electricity, and they respond very well to electric and magnetic fields. We use these properties to heat them and also to confine them and use their extreme heat to produce awesome rocket propulsion. Electric fields heat the plasma and speed it up. Magnetic fields direct the plasma in the right direction as it is pushed out of the engine. This creates thrust for the spacecraft. Possible fuels for the Vasimir engine could include hydrogen, deuterium, helium, nitrogen, and others. The use of hydrogen as a fuel for the project would also have other benefits. Hydrogen can be found all throughout space. This means we are likely to find plentiful supplies of fuel everywhere we go, and we could refuel the spacecraft for the return trip to Earth. Also, strong magnetic fields and liquid hydrogen make for great radiation shields. This means the hydrogen fuel for the Vasimir engine, as well as the magnet technology we are developing for it, could both also be used to protect the astronaut crew from dangerous radiation exposure during the flight. This is how technology developed for one thing can also be used for another equally important purpose. To heat and accelerate the plasma in deep space flights, Vasimir will use electricity from nuclear power. Vasimir is still years away from transporting humans and cargo to Mars and beyond. Remember the scenario that Jennifer gave you at the beginning of the program. Our team can only take this advanced technology so far, and then it will be up to you. Your generation will make this space propulsion system a reality. Some of you may one day fly on it and become the astronauts that will build the first base on Mars. I've been in space 7 times, but you will be the astronauts who will get a chance to explore the moon, Mars, and beyond. You are the next generation of explorers. So, good luck. Back to you, Jennifer.
My thanks to Dr. Chang Diaz. You know, I can't wait for the day when we receive the first transmission from people on Mars. And maybe you'll be one of them. Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, email them to connect@larc.nasa.gov. And don't forget to check out this program's Student Challenge. You can find it on the NASA Connect website. So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. And maybe we'll see you on Mars.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we introduce you to our Office for Research and Sponsored Programs and how they work to mentor and coach faculty members in finding and securing grants for projects. We tell you about Graduate MT and how this effort by our university college has helped hundreds of former students cross the finish line and earn their degrees. And we discuss how our College of Media and Entertainment is teaching and learning about artificial intelligence and its impact on creative industries. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU's Office for Research and Sponsored Programs works to mentor and coach faculty members to find and secure funding grants for projects. Rachel McGinnis heads that office and talks with us today about the services and support they provide our faculty to crack the code for research financing. Rachel, welcome to Out of the Blue.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Your first time on the show?
Yes.
We got a lot to talk about, got a lot to catch up on. But let's tell everybody first about the Office for Research and Sponsored Programs. Tell us what you do.
In our office, we help faculty, staff, and students get grants on campus. So we help them find grants. We also do training for grants, new regulations that are coming out. And we help them, once they get grants, to process the grants all the way to closure.
It's got to be a complicated process. I bet you almost every organization has a different set of rules, requirements, forms to fill out, things like that.
Yes, very much so.
And that can be frustrating. If I want to just focus on the work and try to get it done, you're kind of helping me as a faculty member figure out the things that can make me successful, so I don't have to dive too deeply into the details of the process.
Yes, and because we've looked at these so many times, like the National Science Foundation regulations, it's easier for us to keep processing them. You might have been looking at it for the first time.
And I was going through some of the things you do. The grant enhancement program sounds like it's just really along those lines. You figure out a way to help a faculty member take an idea and make it into something that can get money and be more effective to compete.
Yes, Grant Enhancement Program actually takes you all the way from finding grants that you might be interested in year one to submitting the grant before the first year is over.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
From idea to completion.
Yes.
Is it scary for the first time if you're trying to do this? I'm a new faculty member. I want to get into this. I know this is where I need to be. I'm on the tenure track. I want to make this happen. I mean, is a lot of this sort of a coaching job?
It is. Yeah, at the beginning it is, but about halfway through they get really excited. So it's great to see them grow throughout the program.
So we had a colleague of yours and mine, Dr. Ben Stickle from Criminal Justice Administration, talking about all of the work that he's done through grants, an impressive total of $14 million. And he said something that I'd never really processed before, that $14 million sounds big, and it is. But that's not just money coming to the MTSU, it's flowing through us to help others. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I don't think everybody quite grasps that.
The university has a lot of grants that we work with the community partners and different institutions across the state. So really what we're doing is making a difference not just here, but throughout the state.
And we're taking that expertise of the faculty, this resource of a state university, and using that collective brain power through this process to figure out how to make the place a better place to live, right? And make things work better, right?
Yes, that is why a lot of the faculty do what they do. They really want to make things better.
So how do I get engaged in this process? Where do I begin? Do I just call you up and say, hey, I want to get started? I mean, how do you find your customers, I guess is
we try to go out anytime that we can to get a hold of them. They reach out to us. We have specialists for each college. It's listed on our website, and you can definitely reach out to them. They always like the help from the beginning of the process all the way through.
So this is kind of a segue into the grant services you provide to faculty. I mean, I think that's one of them, right? Talk through the other things.
Yeah. We do trainings. In addition to that training, we also offer trainings from the different agencies when they come in. We have other faculty that will provide trainings, and anybody that wants a training can request it, so we put those on. And you know, we do the proposal development and the award management afterwards.
And all of this, of course, is a provided service of the university. In other words, as a faculty member, this is something you're doing to make me better and more effective in my world, right?
Yes, we are definitely a service arm of the university. We want the faculty to come and meet with us.
And then the University Council for Sponsored Scholarship. I was talking about Ben. You told me he was a chairman. Did not know that. Talk to me about what that provides.
The UCSS is a group of 21 faculty across campus, and they're actually representative of the researchers on campus. So you can always go to your faculty member that's a member of this committee. You can find them on the ORSP website, and they can help you also find the services that are offered.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So there's, I guess if there's a common thread in everything I've heard you offer through the office is that you're really a learning and mentoring resource, right? You're helping me do my job better.
Yes.
And obviously you've got to have some success stories that you're really proud of. Is there one project you can recall? You think, gosh, you know, your time, because it's first year, right?
It is first year.
First year for you. So did you have something in that first year when, man, this is why I love my job?
The grant enhancement program is actually the highlight of the first year because there are so many new faculty and they have all submitted new grants.
Wow.
Yeah.
All of them? How many were in the program?
There was a little under 40.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
One of the things President McPhee is very proud of is that he talks about how undergraduate students at MTSU can actually find themselves through their faculty mentorship, be a part of research that's ongoing. In other words, not just saving that just for the graduate students. More research means more opportunities, right?
Yes, definitely.
And is that one of the things that you try to coach and encourage through this process?
Yes, we try to get a lot of faculty to be mentors. We have mentors in the GEP process.
Mm-hmm.
We opened up a brunch to the community to come in so that we could match people up. We also brought in some nonprofits in that group. So we're just trying to do outreach and to grow research, not only at MTSU, but across the community.
Rachel, where do we go to find out more information about your office on the web?
www.mtsu.edu/research.
Well, that's easy. mtsu.edu/research.
Yes.
All right. Rachel McGinnis, the director of the Office of Research and Sponsored Programs. Heck of a first year. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
Oh, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking BIG, VIP, treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Graduate MT is an effort by our University College and it has helped hundreds of former students cross that finish line and earn their degrees. In many instances, the people called by Graduate MT are unaware how close and how possible graduation may be for them. Betty Ronaldo heads this effort and joins us to discuss. Betty, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your first time on the Out of the Blue.
It is.
And we're going to talk about a great program, Graduate MT.
The best program.
I would agree in many, many ways. It's hard to pick amongst your programs because everybody's fabulous in their own way, but I have seen personally the good works that your program has done. But let's back up a little bit. Tell everybody what Graduate MT is.
Graduate MT is a program that we have in University College. And really what it is recruiting our prior MTSU students, our adult students, to come back and finish their degrees. It started out in 2015 as a call to action from our governor of Tennessee at that time, and it was part of an initiative called Drive to 55. They wanted to have 55% of the state population of Tennessee graduated by 2025. So it started from those roots, and we kind of grew it from there and made it our own at MTSU.
And I really want to give everybody kind of a sense of the joy you bring in this program. And I want to start with a story back from 2016. You were just starting into this role. It was right. It was Governor Haslam's administration where it was
Correct.
Really pushing that aspect of getting more degree holders at the university. And we responded by taking a look at all of our former students that had some credit hours, maybe a lot of credit hours,
right,
but had not crossed that line. And you and your team had done this fabulous job looking at those who had more hours, had enough hours to graduate, but they just hadn't graduated. And you just went through and kind of diagnosed. And there was this phone call that you or your team, when we were in there with President McPhee, we placed to this woman who hadn't been at the university for a decade plus, and you go, hey, I'm with Graduate MT. You need to know that if you change your major to, at that time, liberal studies, now it's integrated studies, you've already graduated from this university and you can walk on the graduation line in 5 days. And she just started to cry.
Yes, she did. It was a very beautiful moment for us. It's why we do the work that we do. And at that time, liberal studies was the answer to graduation for a lot of people. So for Graduate MT, we look at different criteria. One of those is being the amount of hours, obviously, 120. And all she had to do was fill out her intent to graduate form. And she was in disbelief. She wanted to know, what else do I have to do? You know, is this a joke? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
and,
do I have to write you a check?
And she did walk across the stage in 5 days. We got her over and got her cap and gown and all of that. But in 2016, when we did that particular campaign, we graduated 18 students in that week that we called. So it's very rewarding work.
It's great work. So we're a pioneer in adult degree completion. I'm very proud of that. We have a large population of adult learners, and they come to us because the adult degree completion program has really made it easy for them to connect with the university and get this done while they're accomplishing full-time jobs or whatever family obligations. So that's a tool you've got for those that maybe they haven't crossed that line but have a little work to do, right?
Right. Typically for my students, the ones that we classify as Graduate MT, they will have been a prior MTSU student. They've got 90 hours plus, usually a 2.0 GPA. Those are the students that are really close and may have stopped out for a variety of reasons. In short, life happens, and it happens to a lot of people when they're going to college. So my job is to look at those students and see what the best path and the shortest path oftentimes to graduation could be. So I'll reach out to those students and work with them and try to get them across that finish line.
And one of those things they may not be aware of is prior learning assessment, PLA.
Correct.
And tell us about that.
Prior learning assessment is part of our adult degree completion program, and a lot of times students will have worked in the workforce for a long time. They could hold some certifications, they could have been time on the job for a long time, different things that they do, but we look at that, walk them through a class that creates a portfolio for that learning that they've learned outside the classroom, and we can give them credit for for that life experience. A lot of people have used that to graduate, myself included. Years on the job is a big thing, and I encourage anybody who hears about that, is curious about that, call us and ask questions. We're happy to talk about that. You do prove the learning that you've had outside the classroom, and a lot of times people are like, wow, I didn't know that I could use that in that way.
Right.
And so it's great.
I didn't realize this job had project management and budgeting
Right.
and administration.
Right.
So a lot of times through the PLA process, you realize, you thought you learned one thing, but you were really learning 5 things.
Exactly.
And that's really cool. So, all right, well, I want to make sure we put out for people, how do I get in touch with you if I think, hey, I'm one of those former MTSU students with some hours and I want to get my degree, where do I go first?
Yeah, you actually can do it a couple of ways. You can go to mtsu.edu/ADCP, and we do have a Graduate MT tab on the site. So to date, we have graduated 1,272 students through this program.
1,272 lives you've changed through this program, and they have degrees from their institution. That's great. Betty Renato with Graduate MT, thank you so much for all you're doing for our campus and the people we serve.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking BIG, VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Our College of Media and Entertainment is teaching and learning about artificial intelligence and its impact on the creative industries. Helping lead that conversation and joining us for this program is Associate Professor Todd O'Neill in our Department of Media Arts. Todd, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate
Your
it.
first time on Out of the Blue. We're glad to have you here. So let's tell our audience what you do in the College of Media and Entertainment.
Sure. So I'm the coordinator for the interactive media program, and what we cover is online communications, so web and social and video and that kind of thing, but also emerging technology. So we're always looking at what's the next thing that's coming. What I very often tell people is whatever happens today, we teach tomorrow, and sometimes whatever happens this morning, we teach that in the afternoon, because things are happening so quickly. How do you keep up? And our students need to be able to keep up and understand how to keep up once they get out in the world. So
I know we could spend an hour plus trying to define exactly what AI is, but give our audience just a short, what are the ups, what are the downs, and what keeps you up at night?
Sure. So one thing many people don't think about is that we've been using AI for 20 or 30 years. If you've ever made an airplane reservation, that's AI. The big difference right now is that we have an interface that we can just put words in and something happens. That's the big thing that happened. you think about the web development, that was sort of like a mild ski slope growth, right? So sort of like that. AI is like just a vertical rocket. It's just going straight up. And our students here at MTSU, they need to know. It's been happening for 10 or 15 years. When they get hired as an employee or if they work as a freelancer or something, the person that hired them looks to them to know the technology, know what the latest stuff is. They look at them and say, you're young, you must know this, do this for me. Well, our students need to know. They can't like try to figure it out. So we need to figure out how do we integrate that into the curriculum and make it happen.
New can be scary. And this is a technology that is basically changing a lot of paradigms and how we approach things.
Absolutely.
And usually there's two ways you can approach change. You can try to deny it. You can say, hey, listen, we ain't gonna have any part of this. It's just not who we are and what we do. But if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, and what our responsibility is to our students, we need to understand that this is not a technology that's suddenly going to regress and go back into the box. It is out, and we've got to learn how to work with it, right?
Right. Yeah. It's this this genie is absolutely out of the bottle, never going back.
Right.
never going back. We're just at a spot now where we have to understand, exactly, what does it do? How does it do it? And how can I learn more about it? How can I use it for whatever I'm doing? You know, our college is in the creative industries, right? All of our students are learning how to be content creators. So how can you use it to create content that isn't doing things like violating someone else's intellectual property or copyright, or that other people don't violate your personal copyright or intellectual property because they've used your information to train the model that makes the generative AI work.
How do you teach students how to ethically and morally and properly approach this technology? Because the tool is changing. In a month it'll be different than the tool is now. A year from now it'll be vastly different. So what's the core you're trying to give me as a student to understand how to deal with this?
First, just in a very high level way, like how does it work, right? Like what makes this thing work? And what makes it work is all the data content that comes in, and humans look at all that content and tag it and decide what it is. So there's humans, particularly in the global South, that's all they do. They make a lot of great money for their area, but that's what they do. They tag, oh yeah, that's a grape. Oh, that's a whatever. And so students need to understand the process that it takes to actually make it. So they have some frame of reference, right? Some foundation. And then they need to start thinking about, okay, what could I do with this that would be ethical, that isn't going to so impinge on someone else's intellectual property that that I, essentially feel guilty about. Would I be stealing from somebody if I did that? How does that work? In my class and in many other classes, I have integrated AI assignments into project assignments.
Rather than avoiding it, saying, I don't want my students near that because I'm concerned about plagiarism or not their work.
So in my classes, they have to use in their projects at least one AI element. They have to tell me what it is. They have to tell me what tool they use to create it. They have to give me the list of prompts. Those are essentially the written instructions for how you create all of the prompts, whatever you use to create it and modify it. They have to, point out what the output was, and then they have to explain why did you use AI, rather than something that might be more conventional or traditional, right? So let's say it's a piece of music for a podcast, right? Well, all right, let AI create it, fine. All right, so now tell me, is that better or worse than going to a library, a stock library, and taking a stock piece of music? What do you think about that, right? So that's getting to use the tool, really start thinking, using that critical thinking that we're all about trying to get to them, and then reflecting on, what did they do? How do I feel about it? How did it work for me? And hopefully they'll walk away from that with a better perspective on what is the tool, how's it being used.
Todd O'Neill of the College of Media and Entertainment.
Thank you.
In some pretty amazing stuff over there in the Bragg building.
It's crazy. It's a rough ride.
Well, appreciate everything you do, Todd.
Thank you.
Great to have you on the show.
Appreciate it.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find content about the university 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can find additional information and special features on our social media platforms, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board meeting of, wrong date, July 8th of 2024. We have a quorum, so I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. First thing up for us to look at are to approve the minutes from the May 13th regular meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to accept as submitted.
All right, do I have a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Minutes are approved. All right, walking down our agenda, old business, we've got our library board bylaws. So I will open up that discussion.
So we have been working on the bylaws. Really appreciate Ms. Katie Driver and all the hard work that she has done toward our bylaws. Hope that you had an opportunity to look over them. So at this time, I'm just going to open it up for any questions, concerns, or comments that you have about our newest bylaws.
I thought they looked good when I read through them online.
Mm-hmm.
I think every question we've had in the past, for me, every question I had has been answered, and they're clear, they're concise, and they are in our new century. I love it.
It's great. It's using modern language and easy to understand, and I feel like that this is a great set of bylaws, being that our last set was in 1988, I believe. Would we like to make a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. We have new bylaws.
All right.
Great.
All right.
Thank you to the board and thank you to Katie.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Next up on our agenda, library card replacement charges. I'll turn that over to Ms. Donna.
Okay, so this is under our new business. Currently, we charge $5 per card for replacement. It has been like that since 2002 when the new building was built and going forward. I checked into it and we approximately had 20 cards that were replaced in 2023. So that was about $100. Cost of the cards, I just bought 2,000 new adult cards, and they're 32 cents each. I would like for us to consider no charge for replacement cards. At this time, several libraries around us no longer charge for replacement cards, and some of the reasons to consider the no charge for replacement cards is the access and equity. You know, public libraries are committed to providing equitable access to information and resources for all of our community, and charging a fee for a replacement card could create a financial barrier for some of our lower income individuals or families who may depend very heavily on our library services. And please stop me at any time if you have any questions or concerns. Another reason is to promote library use. By not charging a fee for replacement cards, we encourage our patrons to continue using their services without additional financial burden. And this helps us maintain and increase community engagement with library resources. Another reason would be customer service. Offering free replacement cards demonstrates goodwill and customer service to our patrons. It helps us build positive relationships between the library and its community members. And another reason, education and lifelong learning goals. We as libraries, we promote lifelong learning and education. By waiving that fee for a replacement card, it supports our goals by ensuring that individuals can consistently access educational materials, digital resources, and community programs without, the financial impediments. So do you have any questions? And I would love to hear your concerns or your thoughts on us not charging for replacement library cards.
Well, from a budgetary standpoint, this is a very minor impact, if any, for the city's budget and the library budget. So for me, I don't see a problem with this. It's what our surrounding communities have already moved to. So
that's what I was wondering, how would that affect the budgeting and whatnot? So
it's $100 is what we made last year with it, and the cost was $3.20. So it's a $97 hit.
I'm all for it.
Okay, excellent. And we have had patrons who have come in to get a replacement card. And of course, we do offer that if they did not want to pay the $5, we could look up their card number for them using their photo ID. And several of them have written down their card number. But it's so wonderful to have that card in your hand. And when you've had a child who has lost their card, and we're saying, I'm sorry, you can't have the card because it costs $5. Do you have $5? We don't say it like that. But, you know, that's the impact. So, thank you. Any other?
Do we need to make a motion to remove that charge?
I'll make a motion to remove the $5 charge for replacement library cards.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you very much. I think this is a step forward.
I love
Very much a
removing that
step
barrier.
forward.
That's a good one. All right, so next on that new business is ID for computer guest passes. So talk to us about this,
Okay.
Ms. Donna.
So these are things that Tammy, as my new assistant library director, she has been wonderful. We have sit down to look over our policies and to look over some of the things that we have done just because it's always been done that way. And we're now comparing ourselves to our neighbors like Nashville Public Library, Rutherford County Library System. Not that we have to be like them, but it's good for us all to be very similar. So this is one thing, the ID for computer guest pass. So we currently require a photo ID to receive a guest pass to use a computer. Now, this guest pass can be for someone who doesn't have their library card, and if that's the reason, what we'll do is we'll ask for their ID, we'll look up their library card and give them their number. They don't have to take a guest pass. But if someone who is just moving through, that needs to use the computer for a reason to print off something quickly, we have people come in wanting to print off shipping labels, wanting to print off things for the airport, you know, just very quickly. They may not be back to our library moving through, or they may come back once or twice a year. Then sometimes requiring a photo ID can present several challenges and potential barriers to access. One thing is accessibility. Not everyone has a government-issued photo ID, and this requirement could exclude individuals who are homeless, elderly, or from marginalized communities who may not possess or have access to such identification. Students is one of the reasons. We have students bring in their high school ID. If they don't have their high school ID before, sometimes they couldn't get on if they didn't have a parent or if they didn't have someone in there. That's one reason we started taking pictures, so that if they didn't have their card with them, they didn't have their photo ID with them, we could use a little bit of their information, such as first and last name, address, phone number, look them up, and then we could see the picture. Well, that helped. But by not using an ID for just computer guest passes, it really will help with our students who come in there. Most of them will come on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon at 3:30 and need to print off a bunch of work for research papers because it's due Monday morning. And if they are not given the access to the computers, there goes their homework, there goes their project. Another reason that we have had people tell us is privacy concerns. Requiring a photo ID raises those privacy issues. Users may be uncomfortable sharing personal information or having their identity documented for simply using a public service like our library computers. When we ask for a photo ID, of course, they give us their license usually, and we do not write down their license number. We write down their name and their zip code. But to them, that's still their personal information. Barriers to service. It adds an additional barrier for people who urgently need to use a computer for job applications, educational purpose, or accessing government services, but lack the required identification. And last, it may discourage usage. So some individuals may avoid using the library computers altogether if they know they will be required to provide a photo ID. This defeats the purpose of making technology and information accessible to all. Now, we currently implement login procedures and time limits to ensure responsible use of the public computers. If you have your library card, you do not have to come up to the reference desk. You do not have to show a photo ID because you've already shown a photo ID when you've received your library card. You can go straight to the computer, type in your library card number, and then your password that you have come up with that we have typed into our system. But once we type it in, it goes away. It's just dots. So we don't keep that information. And then they can get in and do what they need to do. This practice is no longer used in most libraries, including, of course, Nashville Public Library and the Rutherford County Library System. So I would love to hear any concerns or comments about us going away from a photo ID for computer guest pass.
I just have a question. Do you know why it was required in the first place?
Long ago, there was something about we needed to have the name in case they were a criminal, in case they had warrants out against them. Again, this was long ago. And it just stuck. It stuck. Now, you know, if there are ways that we can find out who's been on a computer, or at least track down the card, or at least track down, because we'll still be giving out guest passes. We just will not be writing them down. But we will be able to go back and see the guest pass number or the guest pass identification. It's just without linking it to the personal information. We do have the SEPA Act. It's the Children's Internet Protection Act. That is on all of our libraries. We do have firewalls so that we are protected from porn sites. Now, sometimes they can still get around to the porn sites, but we can quickly shut that down. There are ways that we can watch out for that. Any other concerns? Mayor, are you familiar with the Patriot Act? Okay, could you explain that a little bit to them?
I really don't think the Patriot Act comes into task with this, because we're not. The Patriot Act deals a lot with monitoring American citizens, and whether it's financial, whether it's computer use, and that's more Homeland Security. That's not coming into play so much with our library. They're able to monitor that at a much higher level.
Right.
I personally will say I feel comfortable with this, considering the back-end infrastructure that's in place to prevent improper usage. And so, and we just, we've got to monitor our end to make sure that this isn't being abused in the long run. So
correct.
That's something that staff would do.
I'd like to second the fact that, as an educator in the schools here, there's a lot of kids, especially at LaVergne Middle School, a lot of kids were coming in from different countries, parents from different, there are recent arrivals, and for them it might be hard to get that access. They don't have the technology at home, and then they need an ID. So I think this would be a good addition to, or a good thing to remove from it.
And this is something that we can monitor as we go to make sure things are going correctly and that we're not having any uptick in any behaviors, if that makes sense. So I just feel like this will make us a more welcoming library, and one that the patrons who are visiting feel comfortable, and we want that. Another good thing about our system, we're just going to use porn for a second. We have the control system, and that is what controls the time limits, and our firewalls are attached to this. If perhaps I have a parent come by and say, I just walked behind a computer and I see something that I don't think really should be up because of our children, one of us will take a little stroll, and then we can very quickly go over to our computers and send a message. Please take down the site that you are on. It is inappropriate, and it goes against our SEPA Act, our SEPA policy. And more likely than not, they will instantly get out. And that's just one thing that could happen.
Oh, quick question. What is the current time limit on it? Because I've always brought in my own laptop when I came in to do work. So
Sure. It's 4 hours.
Oh.
We were able to up that amount when we received 7 more computers. That was several years ago, which was exciting. It used to be 1 hour, way back when. And then it went to 2 hours, and we were excited. And then there were people who were coming in to do job applications or to have to take online tests and, are testing to get a job. And so came to the board, and the board very kindly allowed us to go up to 4 hours. We have not had a waiting list. We have enough computers that we can spread out. We do have a way of creating a waiting list in case we need that. Most people do not stay on 4 hours unless they absolutely have to. And we have one patron that comes in every day, and he's on about 2.5 hours. And he's just happy as a lark, but he knows he has that other time if he needs it. But 4 hours at this point. If you bring in your own laptop, there's no time limit. You just hook on to our Wi-Fi or our MiFi.
Any concerns from legal?
No, I don't have any. This is consistent with what other communities are doing, and this is consistent with state law. So there is no requirement that you check IDs.
Thank you.
Now, with this being just a policy of theirs, do we need to take a vote on that, Katie?
I think that it would be for the best, since we're all here, we have a quorum, if we button this up.
Yes.
All right, well, I will entertain a motion to remove the ID requirement for a guest pass.
So moved.
All right, second?
Second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Awesome.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. I feel this is another great step forward for our library. We keep moving forward.
All right, so that is the end of the things that are on our agenda, but you did give us a handout. Do you want to go over those numbers for the public? Or
Yes,
is
and
that
I
just
think
for our eyes
I gave
only?
out all, here it is. This is the, I put this in last moment. This is the monthly board report that I give to our Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and very excited about our June numbers.
Yes.
Excuse me, one moment.
Sorry, Ms. Dunn, I caught you by surprise, but these were good numbers, so I was like, oh,
No, this is great.
Great numbers.
So the programs that we had in June were 38, and that includes babies all the way through adults. And I feel like we need a drum roll for this. Our program attendance was 2,014.
That's great. All right.
Excellent attendance. Our library attendance, those coming in our doors, 9,247. Circulation, 6,134. And that was just our printed materials and our DVDs. Our ebooks and our e-audios, 239. I felt very good about that number. New patron cards, 216.
Wow.
I think this is the very top number that we've had since I've been at the library, which off and on has been 18 years. Computer usage, 1,050. So our computer usage is up a little bit. Summer reading's going to go on now until June 27th. And we were closed for the 4th of July, and I hope that all of you had a wonderful 4th of July. If you can notice, I put in a couple of sets of pictures. There's Creekside Saturday. This is where Alexandra Thompson from Stormwater came in. She goes down into our creek and she catches these little critters and brings it up to show the children and talk about stormwater, talks about the creek, why it's important to keep our creeks clean, and what these little critters do to help our everything that goes on there in the creek. We also have the duck race, which is a collaboration with the Parks of Recreation and Maintenance, and the parks guys love it. They created the river, and the children race their rubber ducks down the river. I do have to tell you that Parks and Recreation have a couple of new people, and sometimes those parks guys can be pranksters. And so one of them came in one day, and he said, ask Miss Donna. And I thought, ask me what? And so the person said, Miss Donna, Randy told me that the duck race is where you bring in your pet ducks, and they're real, and you tie ribbons around their neck, and you race them down the creek. So, no, they're rubber ducks that have been scribbled and drawn on with markers. But very, very excited about our numbers. And we could not have those numbers without our library board, without our board of mayor and aldermen providing us such a great budget that we're able to do these great things for our patrons and our citizens of LaVergne.
All right, well, our next library board meeting is on September 9th of 2024 at 5 p.m. Does anyone have any comments?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate you and your staff bringing these issues of equity and inclusion to the board. I think it's very important, and applaud you for bringing these to us. Please continue to any barriers to access. We'd love to help remove.
Thank you.
Agree on that, and I want to tag on to the numbers for the month of June. This is a testament to how welcoming you and your staff are to the members of our community. And so with seeing the barriers being removed this month, I'm curious to see how things keep going up and just blossoming, going even better than they currently. I mean, this is beautiful numbers, so I can't wait to see where they go. So good job.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm just so excited how the summer went, because I came to see you and asked how the numbers were. You were so excited, and I was so excited about the numbers. I was like, these kids are really enjoying this. So kudos to you and your team. It's awesome that what we're doing in our local library for our community.
Thank you. Great. One thing I would like to say is today we have a new staff member. Kylie Sanders started today. She was in orientation, and she is the last to fill our little family. So we are now all full again until someone decides to leave the nest. And so very, very excited about that. So we welcome her.
Excellent. All right, if no one has anything else, I will adjourn this meeting.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This year, we celebrate the men and women of the TWRA responsible for 75 years of wildlife conservation. Now make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a fun show lined up for you today.
We sure do.
It's going to be a good one, Don.
Yeah, we are going to learn about what's going on at the zoo lately.
The Nashville Zoo.
Yeah, Mr. Jim Bartu is here with us, and we're looking forward to this conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Before we get started, you want to highlight a radio station?
Yeah, WMOD in Bolivar. We appreciate their interest in running Tennessee Wildcast Extra about 8:15 every morning, Monday through Friday. So we appreciate them and our other 29 or so stations across the state that play our show.
Yeah, perfect. That's a good time slot, drive time there.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we do appreciate our radio partners, our TV partners, those of you who are out watching, listening, following, sharing, all that fun stuff. We appreciate it very much. And so keep doing it.
All right.
Yeah. Well, Don, you mentioned this a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, we should maybe have Jim come over from the zoo. And I was like, sounds like a good idea to me. So
I had gotten an occasion to go over with a few of our commissioners and some of their colleagues from other states that do similar things to them in the other states, and talking about conservation. And they had, I think, Chairman Jimmy Granberry lined up a tour for the folks, and so I was able to go participate in that, and
awesome.
Learned a lot about what's going on at the zoo. And it had been a while since I'd been there, Jim, and I apologize for that. But
it's all right. It's fine. Yeah, you don't have to apologize. Yeah.
Anyway, it's better late than never.
That's right. Yeah. Usually people follow that up with, "Well, my kids are grown now," and my response is, "You don't have to have kids to go to the zoo. It's not a requirement." You know, just try not to. If you're gonna go alone, try not to look too creepy, because we'll have security on you quick.
Make it a date night.
That's right.
Take a little woman
take some with you. Yeah. Take a friend.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, thanks for being here. Jim Bartu, he's the marketing and public relations director, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Awesome. And you've been there for a while now. Tell us a bit about yourself and a little bit of background.
Sure. Yeah. I've been at the zoo for 25 years now. Before that, I was at the Columbus Zoo in Columbus, Ohio for about 7 years. And prior to that, I was in Chattanooga working in TV news. So that was kind of my first foray right out of college. And TV news was great when you're a young man, but they own you 24/7.
What station down there? WRCB or no?
It was 12.
Okay.
To begin
WDEF, right?
DEF, right? Yeah. And then I got hired out from under them over at 9. So I went up to 9.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's where I met my wife, who was she was doing health reports over there, and she got a job up in Columbus. So I followed her up there. And,
nice.
Yeah. Got out of the news business and started working at a zoo.
Got into the zoo. Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. And you mentioned before we started that you had some time with Jack Hanna.
I did, yeah. Columbus is where Jack Hanna's from, so I worked with him quite a bit. He was the one that actually got me the job interview for the job that I'm in now, right? Awesome. He called up the zoo president and said, "Hey, you got to talk to this guy." Jack's from East Tennessee. I don't know if anybody knows, but he just the nicest person. So, yeah, he was able to get that interview for me, and that's kind of why I'm here.
Man, that's great.
Yeah, that's cool. You got any fun, quick stories working with him, something that stands out?
Oh, man. We did for a while, I was doing staff interviews with people when they had accomplished like a milestone, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, this kind of stuff. And I would go and do a quick little interview with them, and then we'd show that at an all-staff meeting that we had every year. And his 20th year came up or something, so I got to interview him about that. And he was describing what life was like back when he first started to work up at the Columbus Zoo. And he said, it's kind of like prison.
Okay.
I think I just cut the rest of the interview from there and went on to somebody else, right? And just left it at that. Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun. Well, that's cool. That's some pretty cool experiences working there, and then making your way down here back home. I guess getting closer to home.
Yeah. I'm from Chattanooga, so it was closer to home. Once you have children, your whole life kind of changes, right? And so we were in Columbus, Ohio. My wife's from St. Louis. It's 8 to 9 hours in any direction you look at for that. And when you're that young, you're burning the little free time that you have going to visit family just to have your kid visit with cousins and nephews and things like that. So it was important for us to try to get to a place where we could do that more often without having to plan huge vacations to get down there, right? A lot like living in Watertown to visit the zoo. You got to plan it for the day. Yeah.
It takes a little bit of effort. Yeah.
That's right. You got to plan your day out.
Well, that's great. Yeah. So, it's the zoo has changed a lot, and I'm learning a little history as we go here, just chatting before the show, kind of where it got started.
I know.
Like that.
I was pleased to find out Jim knows all the details from back in Joelton, right?
Yeah. It started in 90. I think it was 90. It was either 90 or 91. And it was started as just a way to be able to bring a zoo to Nashville, which really didn't have one. And it was on about 100 acres up near the Ashland City, or up in the Joelton area. And at the same time, the Grassmere Wildlife Park started at the Grassmere property, which is where Nashville Zoo is now.
Right.
That was run by the Children's Museum, which is now the Adventure Science Center. And they ran a small little wildlife park with about a dozen indigenous animals, or animals that may have at one time
been native to Tennessee, right?
Or this landmass where it was on Earth at the time, right? Because they have like Przewalski's horses, and I'm not even quite sure the continent was formed when these animals were there. But that all that being said, everything else they had black bears, they had wolves, they had some other stuff. Cougar. So. And they ran that for about 4 or 5 years, and they couldn't really do it anymore. So they handed the property back to the city. They never owned the property. The city owned the property, and it was willed to them from the two sisters that lived on the Grassmere property, and it had been in their hands for generations and generations, passed down from family member to family member.
Gotcha.
But these two sisters never married. They weren't really able to make a whole lot of money on the land. Taxes were getting more and more expensive, so they struck a deal with the city to live there tax-free. And they struck that in 1965.
Wow.
And the last sister passed away in the mid-'80s, and then the park opened about 5 years after that.
Okay.
So they closed, and then Mayor Bredesen at the time asked the Nashville Zoo up in Joelton to relocate to the Grassmere property. And we did that in 96. And then opened in 97 and started basically running the zoo from there. And there wasn't really a whole lot there. I mean, we had those dozen or so exhibits.
I remember it being pretty sparse because
it was very. I like to tell people when I got there, which was I got there in 99, a couple years after that. I like to tell people when I got there, the best exhibit we had was the backhoe.
What species was that?
We had 8-year-old boys would drive miles and miles to just stare and watch that thing dig a hole. Yeah. We had talked about turning it into a ride and charging it like kids, dig their own holes out there.
Up in the bucket.
I would totally pay $50 for that. Yeah. Have my kid do that.
Oh, that's great.
It's come a long way. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there now, and it's cool to see the changes. You still have the house there, right? People can go through and
the historic home's still there that the sisters lived in, and about 90% of the stuff that's in the home is from the home itself, and it's all from the 1800s. So it is a beautiful. If you're into historic homes, this is a beautiful one to check out. Wow. And they tell you all about how this place became a zoo. So they will kind of walk you through the home. They tell you the whole history of the family. There is a smokehouse and a kitchen, which is set off from the house, which was normal at the time. You didn't want to set your house on fire, so you had a kitchen in another building. There is a cabin that was replaced there. Some years later, it wasn't there when the sisters were there. There's a cemetery, family cemetery up there. There's a slave cemetery that we recently relocated to that area. And then there's a barn that has some animals in it, and there's some farming equipment and stuff like that you can see. But it is a tour that you can walk through the house. You can take a tour, and it's a guided tour through the home.
Oh, neat.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And still working. I mean, and it's obviously a zoo, but still have a little bit of working farm going on there too, or?
No, not really. I mean, that's one of the things that I would love to see is you step back in time to an 1800s family farm. That would be awesome to see something like that. We're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
And was
I don't know if we'll get there, but
was that the use of the property at the time and through the generations? Was it a family farm?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
There was farming that was done there, and they had tenant farmers on the property.
Oh, okay.
And we have the cabin, which is where the tenant farmers lived. We have a great display in there that talks about tenant farming in this one family that lived there and did tenant farming at the time. So really kind of a part of Tennessee history that isn't really told a whole lot. There isn't a whole lot out there about tenant farming, right? And what that was and its purpose and how it was kind of this transition between slavery and complete freedom, or freedom to the point of where it is now, right? It was just kind of that you can stay here and we'll feed you and whatnot, but in return for you farming the land and things like that. So that was kind of the way that worked.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. I think that'd be fun to come see and explore and check out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice little, and it's so peaceful back there, and it's all shaded. So it's quiet. It isn't one of the more popular areas of the park. So a lot of people just go back there and, they enjoy the quiet and they love the history and that part of it. So
yeah.
Nice.
Well, let's dive into some of the exhibits and some of the animals that come across. I was browsing the website, saw some tiger cubs. Those are a new addition, right?
Yeah. They were born back in October, so they're older now. They're probably 60, 70 pounds now, which is a good size, but they're still young. They're still hopping all over the place, and they play with each other. There's 3 of them, and they hop all over the place and play with each other and whatnot. So a lot of fun to watch. Typically, when you go to see tigers or cats of any species, they sleep a lot. If you have cats at home, you already know this, right? They sleep all the time.
But they're fun to watch when they're active. Yeah.
Especially kittens, right? Young cats that find almost everything amazing and playful. They do the same thing, but they're like 70 pounds now. So they pull down huge stalks of bamboo because it looks like it'd be fun to play with, and they drag it around the exhibit, and then they jump on each other. They play in the water. They do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a great exhibit to go and see right now.
That's cool. It's one of my favorite wild animals, I believe. The tiger. I grew up being my mascot was a tiger. Grew up as a Meg's tiger.
Oh, yeah.
Now a Watertown tiger, and so I think that's cool. It's a cool animal.
They're amazing and just beautiful animals too. So they're fantastic. The Sumatran tiger is just a beautiful animal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Red River hog piglets. You were talking about those.
That's right. Yeah. We had 3 Red River hog piglets born it was probably a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, and they're out on exhibit now. And of course, they're the same. They kind of explore all over the exhibit, and they, at first weren't wandering too far away from their mother, but the more they get used to it, the more they go out and explore different things. So yeah, we have some piglet babies that you can go see, some Red River hog piglet babies.
Those are fun. Yeah, cool. Well, what's something else that stands out other than those? Those are kind of the new things, but what's something kind of a staple that's been there a while that folks like to come out and see?
One of the more popular exhibits there is the kangaroo kickabout. And this is the area where people can walk into the kangaroo exhibit, right? Yeah. And you have to stay on a pathway. The people have to stay on a paved pathway, and the kangaroos pretty much go wherever they want. And you can pet them if you can reach them from the pathway. But if they're off in the grass sleeping, as one does, you can't touch them. But if some of them love to be petted, and they'll just come up and just lay right down on the sidewalk and just let people come up and just kind of pet them. They just kind of like that tactile environment. Others don't care for it as much. So it just kind of depends on the individual.
If they offer themselves up, then we're good. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, and a lot of people love that. You know, they love to be able to pet a kangaroo, which is fantastic. You know, people that visit here from Australia look at that and go, "Nah, they're deer." You know, because you know in Australia they're like our deer, you know, that kind of thing. But people around here love to be able to do that. Any kind of experience where you can get up close to an animal tends to be popular for people, right? We have a lorikeet landing area where you can go and feed lorikeets, which are Australian parrots, little beautiful rainbow-colored parakeets that you can feed, and they'll land on your shoulder and hands and things like that. They'll make a nest out of your hair, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's fun to go into. Critter Encounters, which is our petting zoo, has goats in there. There's also some alpaca that's in there. That's a nice experience. And the zoo we kind of pride ourselves in creating these experiences that you don't normally get to see when you go to a zoo. Some of this is taking some of our animals that we don't have an exhibit for, taking them out on the pathways and, you know, letting people get up close and see what's going on. And that can be sloths and tamanduas. We have an aardvark that's leash trained that will walk around on a leash sometimes. Lots of snakes and reptiles and bugs and spiders, you know, big tarantulas and things like that you can pull out. And people are fascinated to kind of stand there and see that close up. So there's that kind of experience. And then I guess the last thing I'll mention is really kind of unique for Nashville is we have animal exhibits in some of the bathrooms, some of the human bathrooms. We have animal exhibits. So if you're in Entry Village and you go into the men's room, we have a bowling python snake exhibit above the urinals.
Instead of reading a commercial about something, you're going to see a snake.
Instead of reading about the Bales bondsman, you know, ad above the urinal, you get to actually look at snakes. And I always tell people when men go to the bathroom, you know, it's eyes forward, business as usual.
Exactly.
No talking, right? You guys know how you never talk. Well, you go into this thing and there's whole conversations going on at the urinal, right? We are breaking down communication barriers at the Nashville Zoo just by putting that up. The other one for the women is we have a floor-to-ceiling display of cotton-top tamarins in the women's room where the Andean bear exhibit is. So you have to be sure to stop in there. Women to stop in there. But men don't get to go in there, but women can go in and see the cotton-top tamarin exhibits. And men are, you know, complaining that, you know, they get snakes and the women get little monkeys, and, you know, we just tell them to stop whining.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah,
I think I remember seeing the snake. I think I visited and saw the snakes.
Right. Yeah. I've had people email me and say, you almost gave me a heart attack, and I don't appreciate that. So
that's pretty innovative there.
Yeah. I think that's going to be kind of our mantra moving forward as we expand out the park is when we build bathrooms, we're going to put exhibits in the bathrooms.
Nice.
It just seems to be kind of our calling card at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's very cool. So it kind of leads me to a backstage pass. Y'all have opportunities to kind of get behind the scenes and
we do,
check things out.
Yeah, there are several. Right now, you can't see giraffes on exhibit right now because we're undergoing some major construction for a new area called Leopard Forest, and we can talk about that in a minute. So giraffes are not on exhibit. But you can go back behind the scenes during the Backstage Pass program. You can feed them and get to know a little bit about them.
Oh, cool.
We also have a behind the scenes area where you can go up and scratch and pet a rhino. We have a greeting room where you can meet a sloth, an aardvark. We have giant anteaters. We have the largest collection of giant anteaters in the country.
Wow.
We don't have an exhibit for them. Mainly because we haven't been able to produce the funding to create one or the location of where we're going to put it and what it's going to look like. But we have this huge collection, and we do breed them at a facility that's behind the scenes. So the only way you can see them is to go to the Backstage Pass program, and then we'll let you feed them. And
cool.
We have one of these, you know, the yard beers that you used to buy when you get onto like Daytona Beach, and they have the yard drink, and it comes in a really tall plastic glass, and there's usually like an opening at the bottom, and then the top looks like a trumpet, and you drink out of it. Well, we have those, and we put yogurt down on the bottom, and we let the giant anteater eat out of that because they have this long sticky tongue that they would normally stick into a termite mound, and then termites get stuck on the tongue and they pull. That's how they eat.
Right.
So we would feed it yogurt and you can watch it, with its tongue just go all the way down this yard thing and scoop up the yogurt.
That's cool.
And eat. And it's a fascinating process to watch, but you have to be on the Backstage Pass program to see that.
Sounds like we need to sign up, Don.
I know.
Yeah.
Am I selling it? Yeah.
Hey, now, I know the Backstage Pass is an option, but then there's also a huge plate glass window just outside the operating room at the hospital, right?
That's right. Yeah, the hospital is new. The vet center, HCA Healthcare Veterinary Center, is new. It opened up in 2020, I think.
Okay.
And the purpose of it was to not only expand the size of the hospital. The one we had before was about the size of this room. So we needed a much bigger hospital. But the bigger point was we wanted to bring animal care out front and center to the public. We wanted to show the public, this is how we care for these animals. This is what we do to make sure that they stay healthy. And that includes annual checkups. It includes operations. It includes all different kinds of stuff that we do. So we created this hospital where you can actually look into the treatment rooms and see what's going on.
Right.
Just a couple of weeks ago, we had our male tiger in there. They actually anesthetized the tiger and brought it in on a big table out there, pulled it right up in front of the audience and kind of worked on him and just did his annual workup, to make sure that he was healthy and everything was good before putting him back where he belonged.
How neat is that?
Yeah. That all takes place right out in front of the public.
And there's screens out there that pipe that, and I was impressed with being a camera guy. The overhead camera can zoom way in. I mean, if they're doing a very intricate operation procedure, whatever, you're going to see it.
It's it's a giant light that you usually see in the operating room that hovers overhead, and they kind of position it so it's bright. Well, right in the center of that light is a camera that shows right down onto whatever it is it's pointing at. It's just a matter of the vet team being able to focus that in and dial it in to make sure it's on, make sure the monitor's on so the people can see it. And the other thing is to make sure they're not standing with their back to the window. It's almost like we had to teach the veterinary team about stage presence, right? Yeah. Almost like, we're going to take you through drama 101.
I can see
just so you understand your stage presence when you're out there, because people are watching you all the time. So you have to kind of stand there with your face towards them and, that kind of thing.
Not have your back in the way.
Right, and we usually have an interpreter out there that's kind of explaining what's happening and can answer questions. The vet oftentimes will come out after the procedure and answer any questions that people have about what was going on in there and that kind of thing. So,
wow.
Yeah, that's very cool. And that's all part of the just regular admission, or is that part of the,
that's just part of the day up there. You need to check. We have a Twitter account for that, X account for that you can follow, that kind of shows you, what's happening, kind of the schedule, because a lot of times that changes pretty periodically about what's happening for the day. So it's hard to really schedule anything too far in advance.
Sure.
But there is an X account that you can go and read about that and figure out what's going up there.
That's awesome. Well, while we're on that, do you want to, what's your hours of operation? How do you find information about tickets and things like that?
Everything's at NashvilleZoo.org.
There you go.
We're a nonprofit organization, so we get that org designation at the end of the website. And that's where you go to find everything. We're open right now. We're open every day from 9 to 6.
Okay.
We'll go to fall hours mid-October. We'll switch back to the 9 to 4 schedule, and then we'll run that through mid-March and go back to 9 to 6. And we're only closed on Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day, although the event that the popular lantern event that we have out there during the holidays is open on all of those days.
Awesome.
So, we're open even on the evenings on those days.
Well, we're crunching on time here, and I had that on my list to talk about with some of the special events going on. I've been to the light show, the lantern show.
Right.
That's
Illumination.
Yeah, Illumination. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Any other special events that's going on out there that you'd like to highlight today? Or
Well, yeah, absolutely. We have our big fundraiser, our big annual fundraiser is in September. It's on September 13th. It's called Sunset Safari, and it's a culinary adventure, right? So you come to the zoo, and there's 40 restaurants or something that have set up, and they have all these little treats and samples that you can take, and you kind of graze your way on the tables as you migrate through the zoo, right? It's kind of that kind of thing as you go. Yeah, like wildebeest, you eat, you travel, you eat, you trek. Right, yeah, you know how it goes. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's bars, there's entertainment, there's all kinds of stuff that's happening out there. So that's the big one that's coming up for us. We have a Hispanic Heritage Festival that's also in September. Boo at the Zoo's coming up in October.
Yeah.
That's a popular event, and I think it's running like 20 nights or something this year. So
our producer Todd's told us about that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah. I get the incredible job of being the magical talking pumpkin. At the Halloween event. Yeah, which is an absolute delight when you're talking to 3-year-olds who truly believe that you're real, and 8-year-olds who are convinced that you are not real but can't prove how you are not real. Right? That's good too.
Gonna have to come out and check that one out.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Well, the zoo's been a great partner with us as an agency too, on a couple of species in particular. I know we had talked about the hellbender.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do a Hellbender Head Start program. We'll go out and retrieve eggs. Hellbenders, if anybody, for whoever doesn't know, is a giant salamander.
Yeah.
Snot otter is the other common name for it. And it's found in rivers around Tennessee. And so we'll go out and we'll find eggs. We'll take like half of the clutch of eggs, bring them back, hatch them, and then raise them for a little while, and then re-release them back into the wild.
Right.
Just kind of give them that head start to get back into the river.
Right.
Yeah, that's very cool. We went out and got to see some of the facility and did a show a few years ago.
Yeah,
now.
about 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. We'll have to come back out and do another one.
To see all the raising that we do. They're all in various ages of development right before we let them go.
Right.
Yeah, and the reason why is if you go out into the wild and look into the rivers, you can't find baby hellbenders or even juvenile hellbenders. They're all adults, right? And there's a reason behind that. There's something wrong with the system. So the Head Start program at least gets them to that stage where we can keep the population feeding in till we can figure out how to clean it up, how to make it safe for them again.
Yep.
Very cool. Well, we've covered a lot today, and there's so much more we could cover. We're going to run out of time, but thank you for coming out, and we'll have to do this again and maybe visit at the zoo and do a show or two.
I think we definitely need to move our stuff over there.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are welcome.
All right.
Awesome. So that'll be fun. Thank you, Jim, for being here. NashvilleZoo.org.
Yep, that's where you go for everything.
Go check it out. Go visit the zoo and see what all they have going on there. Keep coming back to Tennessee Wildcast. Keep watching. Keep listening. And we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Join us as we celebrate 75 years of conservation in our great state. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the July 30th, 2024 regular meeting and the August 13th, 2024 workshop.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? There is no public comment this afternoon, but I would like to thank the Boy Scouts of America for coming to visit us this afternoon and watching the show, so thank you very much. Item number 3 is deferred. We'll move on to item number 4. Final plat, replat of lot 697 of the final plat of the Richland South LLC property. 3 lots totaling approximately 3.23 acres requested by TTL. Property located at Murfreesboro Road and Veterans Memorial Parkway, tax map 14, parcel 72, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Woodhaven Development Group. Mr. Logan.
Thanks, and just a quick reminder, 2 weeks ago at the workshop, we discussed the draft of the zoning ordinance, so I want to make sure that you all still remember that Jake and I and Jules are taking comments. If there's anything in that zoning ordinance that you'd like to see changed or comment on, please email me and copy Jules and Jake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So this item is a request for final plat approval. This is actually a replat of 3 existing lots on Murfreesboro Road, and this is part of the development that is accommodating the new Aldi grocery store as well as Chipotle, which is on the agenda next. And you can see on the screen in the middle here, the image is the land that we're talking about. This property sits in front of the existing Mid-South Carpenters Trade School, which is this white roof behind. So zooming in greater detail, here's Murfreesboro Road at the south of the image, and then of course the Mid-South Carpenters Trade School is at the top of the photo. So they're replatting this property here. They're doing a boundary line adjustment to make way for the new Chipotle restaurant, as well as some other development there. So you see on the zoning map, the red indicates C2, which is commercial highway service, and that zoning is suitable for restaurants, retail, and other establishments. You can see photos here of the site and the earthwork that's being done. The Carpenter School is here to the right of the image, and then Murfreesboro Road is here to the left. There's another photo. And then one more photo looking down Murfreesboro Road. So this is the plat that was submitted by TTL. And you can see it's 3 lots, approximately 3.2 acres. And the future Aldi store, or the Aldi store that's under construction, is slated to be 19,400 square feet. And then we'll cover the Chipotle restaurant next. But this lot here, it's lot 9, will be home to the Chipotle. And after the workshop, the applicant addressed all the comments, so there's no outstanding comments. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Mayor?
Just make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second. We have a motion to accept it as submitted and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Item number 5, site plan, Chipotle Mexican Grill, new building of 2,300 square feet on 0.93 acres, requested by DSG. Property located at Murfreesboro Road and Veterans Memorial Parkway, tax map 14, parcel 72.15, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Woodhaven LaVergne LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this applicant is requesting site plan approval for a new quick serve restaurant, which everyone by now knows is Chipotle. It's 2,300 square feet, will be the size of the building. And of course, this is the same property as in the last item, so it's on Murfreesboro Road. And the zoning map is as I stated earlier, C2, which is commercial highway service zoning. Photos are the same as they were for the plat. So this restaurant would be 2,300 square feet. They are building associated parking areas with the drive aisles. This is the site plan. Here you see Murfreesboro Road at the bottom of the image, and then the parking will be arranged around the building and then to the rear. This is the dumpster enclosure at the back of the property. So that dumpster enclosure will match the exterior of the building, and we'll get to that next, but they are proposing a brick and masonry exterior to this building. They are showing 30 parking spaces, where only 15 are provided, so they do have plenty of parking. And the driveway on the plan at Murfreesboro Road is indicated at 36.2 feet wide. Go on to the exterior of the building. So these are the architectural elevations that show all four sides of the building. It's a basic rectangular building. And again, they're showing brick. It's like a slate gray or charcoal gray color. And then there will be trim on the building as well. Of course, there's a drive-through on this site. And they do have a materials board that Mr. Blair has that he can show you, or he may put it at the podium. It's the same board from 2 weeks ago, if you saw it then. And this applicant has also addressed all the comments, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? That will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 6, 7, 8, 9 have deferred. Correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct.
So we'll move on to item number 10. Site plan Ortiz Auto Service, building totaling 900 square feet on 1.15 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located at 497 Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 66.01, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Wendy and Jimenez Ortiz. Mr. Logan.
So this applicant is requesting site plan approval. This is an existing auto service facility located on Dick Buchanan Street. And right here I'm pointing to the four-way stop. That's at Holland Ridge, Sand Hill, and Dick Buchanan. So Ortiz is just south of the four-way stop on the west side of Dick Buchanan Street, right where I'm pointing. So it is existing auto service use. The applicant is proposing a new metal building that would be 900 square feet, and that building will measure 30 feet by 30 feet. The current building consists of 2 bays and 1 pedestrian door that faces Dick Buchanan, and the existing building is metal with metal roof. And the applicant is shown 15 parking spaces where 13 are required by the city. And zooming in, you can see closer view of the property. Here's the existing building. And they are proposing to add quite a bit of dustless surface also with this site plan. Let's go to the zoning map. Light blue color is I-1, and that's light industrial zoning, so auto service is allowed along with auto repair in I-1. It's quite a large area of industrial up and down Dick Buchanan. So this photo shows the existing Ortiz auto building or auto facility, and it's just basic metal construction with the metal roofing and the red roof. And then here's another photo. So this is the north end of the building, and that's looking back west. And so Dick Buchanan's behind you, but you can see It looks like they stay pretty busy, so they definitely could use some more expansion room. So here's the site plan, and they're showing, so right here where I'm pointing is the existing building, and they're wanting to add this 30 by 30 space to the north. And the parking area is actually here, so that pattern is actually indicating concrete. So the 15 parking spaces are arranged in the front, and there is parking and vehicle storage in the back as well. And also in their site plan, they are proposing a sidewalk along their entire frontage along Dick Buchanan. So they are installing a sidewalk.
And the area that was proposed as gravel last week, they have decided to pave it, so it's now 100% dustless.
Very good. Any other comments, gentlemen? Mr. Logan?
I don't believe so. There are two under utilities, but I think.
Yeah, there are two on utilities, but they're basically for information only, so functionally there's no engineering comments.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments from the board? We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11 is bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me? Testing one.
You'll have to speak up. Mine's not working either.
You guys should have the bond list in front of you. They are all up to date. There's two that are expiring next month that I've already contacted the bank about, and I will be following up with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.